Reality Radio for you tonight. So when you guys come in, do your boy a favor. Make sure that you share this broadcast out to all your social media. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate you guys coming in and hooking us up with the donations and the shares and all of the chat and participation that you guys have been giving us. So we got some topics for y'all tonight, and we can't wait to get into them. The first thing we're going to be doing is a line by line reaction to this reaction video that we saw that was an attempt to break down the Kevin Samuel situation. What up, bro? What's good?
What's up with it, bro?
Chilling. What up with you? I'm about to share this out real quick on my on Periscope.
That's right. Make sure it's being shared out everywhere in the world.
So, world class live streaming right here. We got hello from Oakland in the house.
Oakland. Woo woo. All right, man. So we're gonna get into this shit today, man. And today might be the beginning of hurting some people's feelings. We've been cordial thus far, people. We have been cordial thus far. Okay. Hello, Los Angeles. How you doing? That's one of the team managers right there. How you doing, Pablo? I hope you are doing well. I don't know if you've been able to catch our shows previously. So if you have, awesome. If you have not, this will be an experience, because today, we've been really cordial since we came on here, and me and Rob have been trying to go out of our way not to, kind of piss people off, right? And, because of the things that we speak about, at least because of the things I speak about, and Rob has his own particular opinions on certain things, sometimes we say things that people don't necessarily agree with, or might actually feel some type of way about. And today, I think it's going to be one of those shows.
Today gonna be one of them days.
Today is going to probably be one of those days. Now, the thing is I want people to understand that if you come in the middle, or if you don't pay attention to the whole thing, and you don't listen, you don't look at it from anybody else's side, this might feel a little bit painful. It might hurt a few feelings, and I get it. I understand. I get it. I totally understand. But as I make my alcohol beverage, I understand it might be a little bit. People might feel a certain type of way about it. But
we got doing the thing in the house. What up, doing the thing?
What up, doing 1, 2, 3? What's up, bro?
Good to see you.
So today might be one of those days. I might hurt some Becky's fucking feelings today.
It's gonna be one of those days. It's gonna be one of those days.
Right? It is probably gonna be one of those days. But listen, at the end of the day, I speak about racism. I tend to talk a lot about racism. What is racism? Subconscious racism, overt racism, closeted racism, things of that nature. And the reason why I talk about it, and I talk about it so bluntly, is because when you give people excuses to they just don't understand, or they understand a very basic understanding of what racism truly is, then what we are all doing is we're all complicit in people still going out there and being able to be racist, and then rock their heads and be like, I didn't know, you know what I mean? And we can't do that shit no more. We have to make sure you understand this. Not only that, but we as people of color, we need to, and I hate that saying, because I hate that. Let me not call it that. Us as black folks, okay?
We got the high five from unverified user. Good looking out, unverified user.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that. You know what I mean? when it comes to black folks, I need people to understand something, that black racism is not the same thing as Asian racism or Mexican racism. It's not the same. It's not the same dynamic. It's not the same breakdown. It's not the same thing. It's very, it implicates a whole lot more than what a lot of people really, truly understand. So with that being said, in order to understand the differences and the subtle differences of racism when it comes to black folks, you know what I mean, and all other groups, you have to understand the little nuances and how these things, change subtly. So today is going to be one of those days. Now, in the last few days, we've been speaking a lot about Kevin Samuels, and we've been talking about, the manosphere, and we've been talking about, high value men and women and how women should be acting towards men. I'm over here spilling my fucking beer. Look at me.
Are you messing up?
Just a little bit, not a lot, but still. We've been talking a lot about it. And today we're going to talk about it some more. Okay? But, you know what I mean? Me spending $5 for you only to get $1 is ripoff. Look, you're gonna have to take that up with the management. You're gonna have to take that up.
They're charging that premium,
right? Like they make $4 for every $1 we make. I don't know if it's fair, but for right now, I'm not gonna say nothing. Like right off the bat, I'm going to see how hard it is to actually come up with the $200 that we're supposed to come up with. You see what I'm saying? Once we come up with the $200 and we see how long it takes, then I might have a different opinion on it. But I want to see how long it takes for us to get the $200 that we have to get in order for us to actually get out the money. And I want to see how hard it is to actually get the money.
Right.
So there's two things I'm doing. So until I reach that first goal of making the first $200 and actually receiving payment, I'm going to reserve my opinion about this whole situation when it comes to that at another time. But I will say this right now. It does seem a little off that they get $4 and we only get $1, maybe 3 to 2. 3-2 might be a little bit more fair.
That's good for records ratios,
right? But I understand what we're getting for free. So, like I said, I'm gonna reserve I'm gonna reserve that till later. Okay, so. We'll talk about that at another time. Sugar Boogie, how you doing? Okay. Rob, so I already talked about my side of this. Do you have any side of this, or I can't remember if this is going to be a fresh reveal for you, like a blind reveal for you? I can't remember.
Well, we should tell them the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, first of all, like everybody that's in the comments, are you guys familiar with Kevin Samuels? Do y'all know who that is? Do you know who he is?
Right, that's a good question.
Do y'all know about the viral clip of "You're Just Average"? Do you guys know about that? If you do, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. So let us know, because we got to gauge where y'all at. We got to gauge y'all's understanding, because there's a whole backstory behind this. It's like backstories on top of backstories. You know
Right. Okay, so we got one nope.
All right, well, Kevin Samuels is a dude. Okay, so Sugar Booger knows who she is, and clearly she don't appreciate the man. She don't like him. She don't like him, but it's all good though. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this might not be your favorite show in the world, then, Sugar Booger. This might not be your favorite show. Okay, keep right now.
What's up, Brad Johnson? All right, so Kevin Samuels is an image consultant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's an image consultant, a corporate image consultant. I think he's sold colognes. He kind of helps people improve their images for like interviews and different things like that. Okay, so he started a YouTube live stream show, and it's been extremely successful. But recently, he had a clip that was viral from a World Star Hip Hop repost. All right, and that World Star Hip Hop repost was basically an exchange with him and another woman, where she said that she wanted a six-figure man. She rated herself as average, and he kind of delivered her a little bit of tough love, and the internet was mad about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And a lot of people did not pay attention and actually watch the whole show. So they just kind of made a lot of prejudgments. Okay. And they really got upset. And so that's the way that is. So there's been a lot of pushback. There's been a lot of women that's been like, you know what?
Not even just women, bro. It's been men. I mean, this whole Kevin Samuel situation with this one clip, and he's got other clips. I mean, I'm sure in later shows that me and Izzy do, we're gonna go into other clips. But this particular one has like spawned off a whole entire genre of YouTube. It's created its own section of YouTube where everybody is analyzing it. And I was coming from getting my hair braided today, and I saw a viral, not a viral, but a repost of this video by this particular woman who happened to be white, and I thought it was real strange. And then I started like looking into her, you know what I'm saying? Like I looked at her Twitter, I looked at her other videos, the titles of them. I didn't really look too much into the videos, and I was like, this is really weird. Like I'm kind of, how did she even come across this? You know what I'm saying? Like, is she, I don't know. Did it strike you as odd, Izzy, like when you look at her videos and when you looked at her profile picture and all of that? It's like, she seemed like an agent.
Well, I want to tell you, I think it's a little bit more than that. I personally think that this is a white woman that was not getting very much traction on her own videos, and based upon based upon not getting the traction that maybe she would like, what she did was she did what most white folks like to do, which is get in black folks' business. And you know, and so what she did was she came with her "I'm white and I say so" ideas and projected it onto the black community as if she knew everything that, you know, everything. And I don't think she had a very good understanding about anything that she was talking about, quite frankly. So,
facts. And then just to reiterate what you was talking about, I looked at the views on her videos, and it looked like the average is between, like, I don't know, maybe like 200 and 800 views. This is the first video that she had that broke like 12K views or something like that. So you absolutely on target with that one.
Right. And it was really funny because when I first saw the video, there was only 5,000 viewers, but that was still double, I think, her highest view total, right? And then later on it hit like 8,000, then it hit like 10,000. You see what I'm saying? So it was definitely, it's like probably her most viral video, but it's her most viral video because
and because of the backlash. He's got a snowball of backlash coming at him. He's got black women upset with him. He's got black dudes upset with him. You know what I'm saying? So there's like this whole rising movement of people that are upset with him. So the easiest thing to do is just take that 15 minutes completely out of context if you want to, and jump on the bandwagon. And, you know, everybody likes to get that validation. So that's what she was doing.
Absolutely. So we are going to actually go through this motherfucker a little bit, okay? And we're going to let you hear it. Now, me personally, I'm not going to lie, because I think, and thank you both, Babe Bree and Sugar Booger, for the super hearts that you gave. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everybody else, hopefully you guys feel the need to give out some super hearts or a couple mic checks or whatever you want to do. I appreciate it. That's much appreciated. We are trying to reach a target, and that target is $200.
Yep, $50 for tonight, and we have 46%. So by the end of this broadcast, we want to bust past that $50. That's the goal.
Right, there you go. That's right. So we're going to go through this video, and I want people to pay attention to a few things. And number one thing is, so there is a whole lot of black women that are like talking about, you know, the manosphere and YouTube and black males. They just can't handle black women. And, you know,
and these are big YouTubers, people
right.
that have 100,000 plus followers, you know
right.
what I'm saying?
So you're talking to Cynthia G's and the Cassies, the Cassie X's, and the, you know, we're talking about, and the Pink Pill, and a whole bunch of these little groups who are like, you know, black men can't handle a modern woman, and, you know, we want equality and a whole bunch of other shit. You know, we're being taught how to be independent, but we black women, and we're like super women, and, you know, you should be kissing the ground that we walk on type shit. I need y'all to pay attention to this, because see, if you go into these usual YouTubes, what you'll notice from these women is they will go after light-skinned women and be like, you can't speak on this because you're biracial. Like, a lot of them have a problem with the swirl movement. Well, at least they have a problem with the swirl movement when it's a black man dating white women, but they don't seem to have too much of a problem with the swirl movement when it's a black woman dating a white man or somebody else outside of black.
They actually encourage it. They encourage it.
Right, and they do. They push it. They say, you know, black men are, you know, they're all suckers and they can't handle, you know, a real woman. That's why they go to these white women, right? But then they want to turn around and be like, black women, they're all dusty. They're dusty Negroes and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like this contradiction. It's like this walking contradiction from these groups, okay? So they don't like swirling, but they don't mind swirling as long as the black women are the ones swirling. And if a black man get with a white woman, well, then he's just automatically dusty, and he hates himself, and he hates his mama, and he can't handle no real black woman, okay? That's basically what these broads are saying, and that's what that is, right? Now, what's so funny is this is a white woman. Now, a
white woman that's with a white man, mind you.
Right, a white woman with a white man, right? And what's so funny is, again, biracial females who disagree with this are not allowed to speak on this. But a white woman with a white man is able to speak on this because she got game and she knows what she's talking about, because she's a high value woman. Duh, right? You know what I mean? So I want y'all to pay attention. Now, I also want you to pay attention to the condescending attitude of this white woman, where not only does she take shots at black men, but she also takes shots at black women. Again, ironically, these women that are flipping out, they're all about empowering the black woman.
That lady is CJ Vlad, bro.
CJ Vlad, bro. Absolutely right. Now, mind you, and check this out. What's even more funny, when the more you listen to these women who talk about the woman that Kevin Samuels was originally talking about in the first place, who is a black woman, right? A darker brown skinned woman, right? They're all like lightweight hating on the broad. Like, no bullshit. They're all lightweight. They're talking about how she's immature, how she got to be desperate or lonely to want to do like Kevin Samuels. She has to be stupid to even have called into Kevin Samuels' show, right? So everybody is doing this lightweight shade onto this black woman, but nobody's calling it out, okay? Now, again, I don't know about you, Rob. I'm going to ask you this question. Would you rather be average looking or would you rather be stupid? Which one is it?
I'd rather be average looking.
Right, because at any time I could probably pay to look better, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
But if I'm stupid, I'm always going to be stupid, right?
Right.
It's like I don't know, but they seem to like to call a lot of shit. So you'll see and you'll understand. You'll get it when I start playing this video, and then we are going to go through some of the comments too. Okay, so you think we're about ready to do this? I think
let's do it.
All righty then. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put this video on the main page, and I want y'all to actually let's take down our banister for now and put her on the #1 spot, bro. Okay, there we go. All right, so everybody meet Becky. I mean Cassie. Everybody meet Cassie. Cassie is a Trump-supporting, libertarian, conservative, Christian white woman. Okay?
Now listen, wait. See, and I didn't get a chance to study the way that I wanted to, because I saw some of the titles, so I saw that she gets political. But just the fact that she's that, and these other people that's in her comment section is big up in her. That's one of the main problems that they have with a lot of them red pill manosphere dudes, is that they support Trump, and you know what I mean, and that's already off rip hypocritical.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but she actually goes out of her way to support Kyle Rittenhouse, the dude that shot people, being underage, illegally possessing a gun and going into an area that he didn't live in order to shoot a whole bunch of people when nobody asked him to play fucking security guard. You know what I mean? The murderer. She supports them. Just want to point that out. All right. So let's play.
Could you imagine how much support they would have gave her if she had to kill the black dude? The next thing, she could have played Cleopatra and nobody would have been mad.
Nobody would have been mad whatsoever. All righty. So let's get into this video, okay? Let's start. And I'm going to let it play a little bit, then we're going to stop it at certain areas. But I want y'all to pay attention to what this woman is saying.
All right. So, hey guys, what's up? Cassie West here. Today I wanted to touch on the video where the dating coach tries to tell off the average looking woman as to why there's no way she can get a 6-figure guy, meaning a guy who makes $100,000 a year, i.e. like not even anything that crazy from them.
Okay, let's stop right there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Off rip, that's a problem, because we're not talking about, her projected type of 6-figure dude. We're talking about people dealing with a wealth gap first and foremost.
Right. We're talking about black folks. We're talking black people. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good, bro. What about in the comments? Can you guys hear okay? If you can hear, type of 1. If you can't, type of 2.
Well, I mean, if they.
All right, so I think. All right, can you hear? I want to make sure y'all can hear me and shit. All right, I think I got it. I hope. Just let me know if y'all can hear me. If you can hear, type 1. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Yeah, she's talking about, to her, again, understanding the black community and understanding the racial wealth gap that we have in between two communities. We have to understand a few things. Number one, People who make up $100,000 a year only make up but 15% of the population. Wait a minute, let me say that one more time. People who make up $100,000 a year or more only make up 15.2% of the whole United States, not black people or just white people, all people, black, white, Asian, all people. 15.2%. And I need y'all to understand something because that's really important. Now, when you're talking about black folks that make $100,000 or more, this number goes down to being, you're talking between 5 and 6% of black Americans make that kind of money. And usually when black Americans make that kind of money, it's a man and a woman working together with both of their money put together. That's just usually, not always. And that number is changing, but for the most part, this is what we're talking about. So the very first thing she did was she laughs at black folks because, because $100,000 really ain't that much money. Well, if it ain't that much money, why the fuck does only 15% of the fucking whole United States population only make $100,000? 15.
Actually, I'm looking right now, and I can actually send you this article from Yahoo Finance if you want me to.
Okay.
It says, according to new data from polling company YouGov, exclusively shared with Yahoo Finance, just 9% of Americans are earning $100,000 or more per year. The survey checked in with more than 2,000 people on their maximum earning potential, also asking how much they currently earn.
Oh shit! So it's only but 9%.
So it's only 9%. So that's easy to find.
Okay, so 9%.
that makes it that much easier.
Right, you're just making this sound even better. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, because the information I looked up was not current. It was last year, and it was 15.2%. Okay. Yeah, is that true? He just looked it up. He wanted to verify what I was saying. He's saying 9%. He says 9%. Put out that source inside the room if you can, bro. Put it in the room so people can put that out there. No, I mean like in the comments. But yeah, thank you for that too.
Oh wait, what would you say? My bad, bro. I had it muted and I had to turn off the mic for a second.
Put that link in the comments if you can, bro.
Oh, put the link in the comments.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
I got you.
Beer with chili and lemon. It's good on a Friday night, even when you're online. Yeah, bitches. Okay. All right. Now, he's going to put that in the comments. So that just kind of made that shit even easier. Now, we're talking not a very big part of the black community is making over $100,000. So she's minimizing how hard it is to find a black man, right, who makes six figures. Okay? Now, I need you to pay attention to that really, really closely, because the thing is one thing about Kevin Samuels, he don't trip if you want to date outside your group. He don't really trip. He don't make no super big deal about it. But what he does say on a lot of occasions, and you can randomly look in his shows, we're supposed to be, he'll say this shit, we're supposed to be building a black community. The only way we can build a black community is with a black man and a black woman making a black child, right? This is what he says. And this is how you build a black community. Make sure we have black man, black woman, black child, and that they're making good money, plus $100,000 a year or more, and they're able to fucking live comfortably and live good, right? This is building black economics and black community, all right? There is no black community unless there's black family. He says this all the time, okay? Now, I want y'all to pay attention. So in a lot of ways, Kevin Samuels is quite literally pushing for a stronger more financially stable Black community.
Yeah, be using them principles.
Yeah, absolutely. But you don't have to do it so quick, bro. You could have said.
I wanted to turn that mic off because I got some background noise.
I got you. Okay. So yeah, so he's using these principles and he's trying to push this narrative. Look, Black man, Black woman, Black child, Black family, Black community, right? And so with high values with high standards, things of this nature. So, you know what I mean? So she doesn't really get this aspect of it because she's just willy-nilly talking about $100,000. That ain't shit. Duh. Right? This is the white girl privilege that's coming out in her. This is a condescending attitude, the white girl privilege that is oozing out of her. Go ahead.
Yep. And nobody said anything. You know what I'm saying? Which it wasn't expected. I wouldn't expect anything to be said at all because, as usual, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to this kind of exchange, you know, the bark and the bite is always the loudest towards us and never the other way around. So I'm not surprised by that one bit. You know what I'm saying? This woman could sit here and say whatever she wants to and everybody would sit silent. But if me and Izzy said something, we have our head on post and be impaled the next day.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be one bit surprised if I'm canceled by tomorrow. Okay, I'm not. I will not be one bit surprised if motherfuckers like, oh, you gotta cancel him. This guy is toxic. Okay, so all right, so let's continue with the video. I'll play the video and we'll listen to some more. But I want you to listen to the way she talks. Now, she's talking about a Black man. All right, then. We're talking about a Black man here. Now, it's cool. You want to say something, and you want to disagree with this shit, but I want you to listen how she talks about this man, okay? Pay attention, everybody.
So there's a bunch of like really sick psychology going on here. And there will always be your random, like just vindictive, bitter, hateful person. But it really does start to get kind of bad, and it really does start to get to a point where like maybe we need to address something when like a large portion of the population ends up agreeing with that person like that.
Okay, so she's saying, oh, this is, you know, brainwashing and a whole bunch of other shit. Again, she's putting on these negative connotations on Kevin Samuels and what he's doing and not paying attention exactly to the whole story. Again, she's laying out her argument. And the argument is angry, upset, brainwashing, abusive, mentally abusive Black guy is shaming a woman. Okay? So make sure you pay attention. All right?
That's kind of scary. It tells me that there's a lot of brainwashing going on. There's a lot of delusion going on. And there's a lot of expectation for women to just settle down with losers going on.
Okay, so
How much do you think she enjoyed? Actually, I got two questions for you. For one, how much do you think she enjoyed making this video? And the second question is, how much do you think her husband helped contribute to the condescending things that she said about Black people?
Oh, I absolutely think she had the funnest time. She saw an opportunity to quite literally shit on Black folks, both Black men and Black women, and said, I know how to do this, and twist it so they can't call me racist. Well, sorry, lady.
Doc, you know what I call that? I call that the CBO. That's the crime bill opportunity. You know how anytime somebody wants to, you know, do that, they go and talk about the crime bill. That's exactly what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? And you've seen that stuff starting in this current election, the crime bill opportunity. Oh, well, you know, I don't believe in racism, but I'm gonna show you how this guy is racist. Like, I don't like your man, and I call the police on him in a heartbeat for no reason. But I'm gonna show you why now you should also, you know, degrade them, you know, to the lowest degree and put them in jail. Like, get out of here, lady.
Right. And I want to point out that there was a key word in there that was really fundamental. Scary.
Facts.
Okay.
She's a purse clutcher.
Right. The scary black man. The ode to the scary black man. Oh, scary black man, why must you speak the way you do? Even when you talk, it makes me shudder and push my purse really closer through to my body because I don't want you touching me. You scary, scary black man, get away from me. I will call 911 real fast and say, help. He's trying to rape me, police, and try to get your death. You know what I mean? Like this broad is. Go ahead.
And that's exactly her, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something. Like anybody that's seen Kevin Samuels, you know what I'm saying? Like if you ever seen Breaking Bad, like he reminds me of Gus Fring. Like he got the same exact mannerisms as Gus Fring. The only thing that Kevin Samuels is gonna do as far as possibly cutting somebody is with his creases because of how sharp they are. You know what I'm saying? Like he definitely doesn't strike anybody as a criminal. And I'm not saying that to try to take away from, you know, him as with his image or, you know, masculinity or anything like that. He just looks like a clean-cut professional person. He doesn't look to be intimidating. He doesn't look to be, you know, demeaning or chauvinistic or anything like that. I mean, he doesn't present himself in that way at all. So for what this woman is saying, you know what I'm saying, it makes sense that she's basing her opinion of Kevin Samuels on who she lays next to every night. You know what I'm saying?
Right, absolutely. So it's really funny, and she keeps us scary. She's using these words. These words will also inform other white women. This is the black guys. Even when they're rich, they're scary. Look at them. Look at the scary black guy. This is a scary black guy. Even when they have money. You can't trust these guys. These guys are manipulative, and they're gonna brainwash you. So I guess whatever. Let's keep on going, shall we?
So one of the most annoying parts about this whole situation is that whenever you're rebutting like these comments, the people will say, "Oh, he's just being honest. You just can't handle the truth."
Let's stop there, shall we? Shall we stop there real quick? And I apologize. I'm going to let it play for a little bit longer, but this is funny.
No, this needs to be broken down anytime. You know what I'm saying? There's something completely wrong with this, man. Please stop it so we can put the magnifying glass on it.
Right. So what she's doing is she's trying to lay down something that people might say, right? That a lot of people might say, in order to try to act as if their reaction when they say that you're just taking it the wrong way or whatever the fuck she said, they'll act like, oh, that's not a good enough argument. She already called you on that shit, right? So this is actually trying to kill an argument before it starts, but she has yet to make any points. All she's thus far said is scary, scary black man. This is manipulation, brainwashing, scary black man, scary, scary black man. And they're going to just tell you that they can't handle it. It's totally abuse. You can see it coming, right? So she's trying to make this argument, which is absolutely bullshit, because the argument is not that you're just taking it the wrong way. The argument is you're not even paying attention to what Kevin Samuels is saying at all. You know what I mean? That's the argument. You have no real argument, and you will see that she technically doesn't have any argument. Rob, if you want to add on, because I know you want to add on something to that real quick, and then we can go on.
Is this the part where she said that he was a dating consultant?
Yeah, she's about to say that.
Oh, okay. We can wait. We can wait.
Okay. All right, so let's get on. So she's trying to make an argument before there's an argument, but we're going to make sure we get on this. So watch this.
When it's like, no. If it was the truth, I wouldn't care.
No, if it was the truth, you would care. That's why you're caring right now. That's why you were so triggered by watching a little clip that you really don't know what the hell you're talking about. And because you have to go off and, steal off of other people's fame, success, and them going viral because you have shitty content and you want to try to make some sort of payday off of another black man's shit because you are boring and a Becky and you're stupid. And
that's the American way.
Right.
That's the
American way. I'm white and I say so. No, wrong, bitch. Try again.
Even if it was told in a mean way, but it was the truth, I really would not care because at least accurate information is getting out there and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, now I want everybody to stop and pay attention to what she just said because what she quite literally said is, if it was true, but it was just told in a really aggressive way, I don't really want to care too much. Now, the number one argument for this whole Kevin Samuels thing is not what Kevin Samuels says himself. When you break this shit down, it's the way he said it, how he used curse words, how he was too blunt, he was too mean, he was this, he was that. He should have told her a different way. He should have pat her on the back and rub her on the shoulder and the back of the top of the neck while giving her a tea and told her, look, sweetheart, you're just not that attractive. Right?
And actually, let's even go before that, because immediately before that clip that went viral, he was going in on men for about a good 30 minutes. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then as far as the whole average thing, she's the one that came out first. When he asked her, he said, what do you think you look like? What would you rate yourself? And she said a 5, a 6 when I'm done up. So she's the one that put that value out there for him to use. You know what I'm saying? This is the whole problem with this. You know what I'm saying? And you had this woman right here who's toxic. You know what I'm saying? You already said what she supports. So we already know she doesn't really care too much for black people. So she's just getting some humor and some YouTube views off of creating divide and laughing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So at the end of the day, and I want you to pay attention to something. Ladies, black women, okay. Hey, black women. Hey, womanist, feminist, I am woman, hear me roar women.
I like these are comfortable.
She is plain feminist woman. I'm looking out for all women, things of that nature. Make sure you fucking pay attention to this because guess what? Just to let you know, this is an unemployed woman that does YouTubes while she's a housewife, while she caters to her husband, and she's married. Quite literally. I want you to pay attention to this. Black women, she is telling you to be a feminist and have super high standards while her ass is quite literally a stay-at-home mama catering to her husband.
So basically what you're saying is that she's a pick-me in feminist skin.
Yes! She's a pick-me in feminist skin trying to go for the fucking old okie doke and pulling the wool over all these black women's eyes. Guess who she thinks is a fool? Just saying.
Well, I tell you what, y'all should I really hope that the next video that she does, she thanks you guys for her monetization, because it will be the first time that we got thanks for some monetization that was made off of some stuff like that. I think Dr. Claude Anderson actually got a book that's titled after what she just did.
Right. Right. Black labor, white wealth. Woo!
Bam!
Quite literally. Okay. Let's keep on going, shall we?
Roll it.
This is not the truth. Like, it's not even like it was kind of wrong. Almost every word out of this guy's mouth was completely delusional and wrong, to the point where he was very much so giving himself away as a very, very low caliber man who I I don't think he's ever been around wealthy people.
Oh, okay. Again, this is her ability to go off and call black men who make over $100,000 a year, how she can still call them trash.
That right there. Actually, what she was doing was calling him a savage 2.0.
Right.
You're a savage 2.0. I don't think you're civilized enough and have been in high society to know the mannerisms and what to look for in high society. So basically what she did was, you know, you're a savage 2.0.
You're black. You don't, and watch, she's just going to keep on throwing out just all of this vitriol. Again, I want you to pay attention to the wording on this. Is how she is talking about a man who makes six figures. Okay. He doesn't give out all information on his YouTube shit. He has to make a living. Okay. You're talking about a dude that gives you just a little bit, just a nudge, just enough information so you will buy his one-on-one time, and then you'll actually pay for the time with him. Okay. So this is the part of the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's just like a matchmaker coach, or a real estate coach, right? They give you just enough to link you on, but then when you want to take the class, they say, but in order to get the key information, you got to take the class.
And that's the whole thing too. Now, while she's sitting there saying that he's brainwashing people, she's literally brainwashing her audience and everybody else that's watching by continuously repeating that Kevin Samuels is a dating coach. The man is clearly an image consultant. You can go to his Instagram page, you can go to his business page, and you can go to his YouTube page. There is nothing on there that says that he's a dating consultant. Nothing at all.
Facts. All right, let's keep on going. Let's listen to the vitriol and the hate and how she wants to view black men and black women also in turn. Watch this.
Like the way that he was acting and the things that he's saying, it's not how wealthy people act or talk. Like,
no, it's not the way wealthy white people act or talk.
Right. I was about to say, let me see. I could think of one. You got 50 Cent, Floyd Mayweather, Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube. I just used up a whole hand of wealthy black people that talk about.
Wait, here. What about Tyler Perry? You know what I mean?
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry is a Christian. He goes with the Christian motto. He does these stories. He always has, you know what I mean? And they do this same type of shit, but they do it in the name of God. God. Right? So even Tyler Perry is doing it, but he's doing it in a different way. Right.
So, but actually what she was saying by this and not saying is that she has no experience with wealthy black people. Right. And the only way that a black person can get wealthy is through a wealthy white person. So he had to have had experience at some point.
Right. The only way that black people can clearly be wealthy or be considered wealthy is if they were around wealthy white people and acted like wealthy white people. Duh. Don't you get it, guys? He's not wealthy because he's uncouth. Bitch, you couldn't spell uncouth, you dummy. Okay. Anyway, I shouldn't say that. Anyway, let me keep on going.
Out of college, I worked as a political consultant and political fundraiser. So I was working on presidential campaigns and senatorial campaigns and working for different political organizations. So I would do like parties for donors, and we would do fundraisers and events in various states across the United States.
And let me point out to all you guys real quick, most of those things that she was talking about doing are all volunteer. It wasn't like she was getting any money. And if she was getting any money from that, it wasn't very much. Let's just be honest. It's not like you have this really high. You seem to think rich men. She feels she's been around enough politicians who have, a lot of money, and They don't do this. So I know what a rich person is. Pay attention to what she's going to say. I promise you.
And, these are political donors. These are the main people that are invested in like activism across the country in a financial way. So these are some of the wealthiest people in America. And no, like, this is so laughable. It's
Do you notice how she gives no? She said no. She didn't give no real. She didn't say yeah. Well, usually they do this, and this. She goes no. No, nothing. She didn't give no examples of what rich people do. You know why? Because the only time she's ever been around really rich people is when she volunteered for campaigns to get other rich people's money to give it to other rich people running for government. Are you serious? Stop it. Stop it.
It's almost unbelievable. Like, no, these millionaire guys weren't all married to hot 25-year-olds.
Yeah, and we're going to get into it. So let me let her finish this, and I'm going to get into that right now.
Like, because first of all, they're acting like this woman is delusional because she wants a guy with 6 figures, which this woman herself makes 6 figures. And she makes a great point at the beginning when she's like, well, I mean, couldn't I get with an older guy? Because it's not like, 25-year-old.
Okay, so again, what we're talking about right now is called convoluting. What she's about to do is she's just convoluted a lot of things. Okay, and I'm going to go back just a little bit because I want you to pay attention to the convolution that she's doing. She just played a game, a word salad game, and it's really, really, really kind of slick how she did, because she said a whole lot of nothing, and then she moved on to another point, and she expected everybody to just kind of glide right by it, and everybody did. Nobody paid attention to it. You know why? Because people don't pay attention to shit. So we're going to listen, pay attention.
And no, like, this is so laughable. It's almost unbelievable. Like, no, these millionaire guys weren't all married to hot 25-year-olds.
Right there. There's the slick part. Pay attention to that, people. All these old rich guys, they weren't married to, 25-year-olds. They were married to older, like, women that were, kind of ugly and average. Duh. Yeah, they're called their wives that they've been with since probably high school. These are probably women that spotted the potential in that man way, way back in the day before he started his company. That's number one. Okay. Number two, again, we're talking about white people. We're not talking about the black community. Again, her experience. Number three, let's just get it let's just be honest. Okay. People, you show me a rich white old man that ain't got some, side piece on the side and totally loyal to his white husband. I mean, his white wife who, is just as old as him, isn't as, isn't as attractive. And he's completely committed to her. For every one of those that you can show me, I can show you 10 other dudes who got a little side chick on the side, that got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 even side picks on the side. Not only that, out of those 10 that you show me, and for every one that you show me that's loyal to his wife, I'll show you 10. And out of those 10 I show you, I'm going to show you 6 to 7 of the wives that know that he has a side piece. I'm going to show you 10 men that got side pieces. And out of those 10, at least 7 of them, their wives know they got a side piece. That's what I'm going to show you. You know why? Because once you're making all that money, when you start from the very, very beginning with the dude, like let's say you're fresh out of high school or college, okay, and you see a dude and he's really has lots and lots and lots of potential. Okay, let's just be honest, ladies, let's not play no games. You spend 20 years with this dude. He ends up after 20 years, he's making millions. Right? He's got a couple of million under his belt. He's doing really, really well. Now, before, in a lot of cases, women understood that if I get a divorce from him, I might get a lot right now. But if I don't work this money right, I'm going to be broke within a matter of a couple years. Not only am I going to be broke, I'm going to have to sell all of my shit. I'm going to have to lower my expenses. I'm not going to be able to live the way I want to live. So what you have is you got a lot of white women, right? A lot of older white men. And sometimes this even goes for, well-off black folks, right? I got a lot of money. Either A, I can just let him have his little girlfriend and keep all of the toys and spend all the money I want and do whatever I want. Or I can get really huffy puffy mad, be like, you're cheating on me, get one paycheck while he keeps on making his millions. And guess what? In a lot of cases, sorry to hurt your feelings, especially when it comes to white women, okay? Especially when it comes to white women tend to just stay with their husbands. They know, they say, yeah, there's going to be more money in this if I just stay right here. That's number one. Okay. Now, number two is this. Go look at any richer, older dude. Okay. You go look at him. He's rich. He has money, well off. And let's say he gets a divorce. His wife dies his divorce or his wife dies. The next female he gets, what does she usually look like? Just take a wild guess. Take a wild guess, because I promise you she doesn't look like Aunt Betsy. I'm just saying she don't look like Aunt Betsy. Like, I'm just going to throw that out there. Okay? It is what it is. And if you think I'm wrong, you're more than welcome to come on HAPPS Haps and we can have a conversation. Because I can show it to you over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Let me ask y'all a question. You have, what's his name? The dude that I just said. Tyler Perry. Right, younger and hotter. Tyler Perry just got a divorce from his wife. You guys, everybody knows that. That's going on. This is real. Tyler Perry just got a divorce from his wife. How many people saw the picture that he just released on Instagram? Just take a wild guess. How many people? It's been all over the news. It's been all over the news, right? I can even show it to you. If you want me to show it to you, I'll do it. Go look up Tyler Perry and his Instagram picture. As a matter of fact, you know what? Watch this. Watch this. IG. Watch. I'm going to show you. Do 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 do. Here's Tyler Perry. Okay. Now hold on. I want to show it to y'all.
She wanted to see you guys for a little bit. So.
All right, can you see that? Can you guys see the change? It didn't change, did it?
Nah, it's still Mrs. What's her name? Cassie.
Right, it's still Miss Cassie.
Still Mrs. Cassie.
I'll do
Miss
this.
Daisy.
I'll do this.
They were like not holding on when I did stuff
Close.
like put the max on.
Let's see if I can do this.
But these ones, they look like they'll stick better. I think so too.
Save as, and then I'm gonna put it under pics, and then I'm gonna do right here, camera roll, and then I'm gonna do that right there, and then I'm gonna do this right here. Watch this. Let's go back to that because we are on that. All right, now let's go right here, upload. Let's see if I did this right. I hope I did this right. I hope I did this right. Now, if you can share this faster, please do. Rob, but I'm just.
What you trying to share?
The Tyler Perry, the newest Tyler Perry putting on his new Instagram picture.
Is that was he like working out or something? The workout picture.
Yeah, there it is. I found it. Got it. This is Tyler Perry, everyone. That's Tyler Perry. Okay, he got a divorce, and the first thing he did was he hit the goddamn motherfucker, hit the gym. He like, you're not gonna catch me out here slipping. What's up? What's up with it? What up with it, Voss? How you doing? Right? He's like, all right, you're not gonna catch me slipping. Now, that's not really the biggest point. My point technically is this. If you go onto if you really go onto his picture and you look at the comments, right? You look at the comments. Boop. Where is it at? Actually, I'm going to do this part from my phone because it's just easier that way. You know what I mean? Because I can read it and I can show you, right? So here it is. And I want you to pay attention to this too, because this is what because it's going to go to what she's about to say next. Okay. Tyler Perry, bang. All right. So if you look at the comments, all right, you got all these dudes, all these females that is shooting a shot, sending love and light, Tyler Perry. All these women, all these young women, hands up, woo! Okay, you know what I mean? Praise, let them get them. Let's get them. Tyler Perry, he's like, all the men are like big up and all the women is like trying to shoot their shot. You want to be me so bad. I'm single. Look, here goes the first one. I'm single. Within 4 comments, first woman already shooting her shot. This is a young chick too. She's kind of young. I'm single. Okay. All these women, I'm single. Get it, Tyler. Ooh, hearts, swirly hearts. Okay. It's swirly hearts. Okay. Here's another comment. Being single is your choice. You definitely do not have to be that. Oh, shit. Okay. God sent me to tell you I'm your wife. Okay? Look. You know what I mean? Look. Single? What? Hey, girl. Wait a minute. Look. You know what I mean? Looking good, puppy. Okay? I'm just reading random ones. Okay? Look at the comments. Okay, hey, Poppy. Look, I'm just saying, look, let's go, champ. Okay? You got young women shooting a shot at this dude. Everybody is after him. This is a dude with a lot of money. Okay? How many people are willing to put money on it that he is not going to fucking be with a woman who is too old and has kids and, you know, just some random chick, some random baby mama? Okay? If you think that, you're wrong. So let's pay attention to what the rest of she says. Watch.
Because first of all, they're acting like this woman is delusional because she wants a guy with 6 figures, which this woman herself makes 6 figures.
No, we're not acting like she's delusional. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead. I know you want to say something.
I was just about to say, can you stop that for a quick second? Because first and foremost, like, in what world do people judge attractiveness by how much money you have? That should always be like an add-on feature, like an added bonus. That should never be like the primary reason you're looking for somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, it's almost like you're looking for somebody to take care of you. And if you are looking for somebody to take care of you, then that means that you're putting yourself up for sale. And if you're putting yourself up for sale, then you're actually the one that's materializing yourself. It's not the other person doing it. It's not the other way around. So if you put yourself up for sale, you know what I'm saying, then you can't get mad when somebody treats you like an object. You're objectifying your damn self.
Right, in a big way. But I want to put it in kind of a different sense. Again, earlier we were talking about how only 9% of the population right now in the United States is making over $100,000, 6 figures. Okay? Now, check this out. Nobody is telling this woman that she should not, want to get with a person that has 6 figures. Okay? That's high expectations. She's a black woman. She wants to be with a black man. If you watch the whole thing, she says that I would prefer to be with a black man. Like multiple times. So, the number of people who make 6 figures has just shrunk. Black man, 6 figures. Okay? Her dad and her brother both make 6 figures. Plus she makes 6 figures. So she's around people who make 6 figures. And clearly the dudes that they're around that also make 6 figures are not trying to be with her because she can't find one. For whatever reason that is, whether they don't find her attractive enough, they don't feel that she's, she's lacking something or whatever. We don't know the reason why, but the guys that have 6 figures are not choosing her. That's why she went on Kevin Samuels' show. She says, why aren't the guys with 6 figures looking for me? You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, Kevin Samuels told her, maybe you need to change up what you require. And she says, no, that's not a bad thing. She needs to keep looking for a dude that reaches 6 figures. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to some shit, too, because we actually talked about this yesterday. Do you got anything to add on to this? Because if not, I'm going to start this off.
Nah, I was just going to, go ahead. I'll say what I was going to say later. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to start because it's not going to be long. Watch this.
And she makes a great point at the beginning when she's like, well, I mean, couldn't I get with an older guy? Because it's not like, 25-year-olds want to date like a 45-year-old man. So it's like, so she's 35. So she's like, I'm 35. Maybe I could get with like a 45-year-old guy who's divorced or something like that. And he's like, why would a 45-year-old man date you when he could date a 25-year-old? And she's like, well, but a 20 or 25-year-old doesn't want to date a 45-year-old man. And he's like, BS, I have to beat them off with a stick. Like, that is so delusional. Like, that is delusional
It's actually not delusional at all because it's actually not delusional at all because the president that she supports, for the most part, has the exact same age gap between him and his wife. I don't know what kind of idiot this woman is, but she's clearly one of the highest degrees. She has all 33 degrees of idiocy mastered.
Look, we know this is false. Listen, people. Look, I'm about to hurt some people's feelings real quick. I'm about to be 43 years old. I am not the most attractive dude in the world, and I sure as fuck don't have $100,000 in the bank right now. Right now, I say that right now, okay? But you know what I do have? You know what I do have? When I go out, I have my choice of whatever female I want. If I want a 25-year-old, I can get a 25-year-old. If I want a 23-year-old, 21-year-old, 22-year-old, you know what I mean? If I want a 29-year-old, 30-year-old, guess what? I'm not even rich, and I know I can do that. You think you better go ask Tyler Perry again. I'm sorry.
You can go ask what's that dude's name? Hugh Hefner. Look at all the or what's the other one that was with Angelina Jolie? I mean, there's plenty of examples. I mean, what planet this lady been living on? You know what I'm saying?
Planet freaking I am stuck in my own fucking head.
She's like Oscar the Grouch. She's stuck in her own echo chamber.
Right? She jumps out of the top with the can and shit. She's like, no, yucky. Look, and she is going to actually make one or two points that I'm going to actually agree with, because the fact of the matter is people like who people like. Right? Whether you're some women, some younger women like older women. I mean, older men. Some older men like younger women. Primarily, men tend to like younger women. Here, this isn't about being a pervert. This is about sex. And ladies and gentlemen, I know there's a lot of people in here who believe that we are made from God. But we're not, unfortunately. Sorry to break your heart. But hey, okay. But look, the animal kingdom, this is how we roll, okay?
Look, I dare you to type that. I dare you to type that comment when we get to the end of the video. When you're done with it, type blah 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 blah. Your video was garbage, and you can't prove your God, and then peace.
Right? I might just do that. But look, older men, right, more mature, in their prime men, look for younger females. Why? Younger females are usually able to make it through a childbirth. They're able to have multiple children. Again, this is science. Our brains work like that. Older in their prime men look for younger women that are subtle, and nice and curvy and attractive to the eye and can give you a whole lot of kids. Okay? That's just what it is. We're animals. That's what we're thinking about doing. Procreating. Don't get it twisted. She has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Sorry, lady. You're a freaking dummy. Okay? I'm going to let her finish this little statement, because listen to how she talks. Watch how she talks. And listen how this is all subconsciously her talking about an older black man. Watch. Pay attention.
Like, he's thinking that she's delusional for wanting like the bare minimum. Like, quite frankly, she should be asking for even more in someone. And the fact that she would even be willing to talk to this guy shows that like her standards literally need to be higher.
No, her standards are too high. Kevin Samuels didn't even tell the broad, hey, don't have your standards. What he said was, hey, maybe you need to change up those standards. Maybe instead of going for this guy that has 6 figures, because in the video, the woman says, anybody that makes less than 6 figures, I'm just not attracted to, which means that what? 91% of all the men out there, all the men, not just black men, but all the men out there, she's just not attracted to them just because they don't make 6 figures. That's it. 91%. That number goes higher when you're talking about, I just want a black man, which she said multiple times. Right? Anyway, I'm gonna be nice to the lady. I'm gonna be nice to the black lady, but this white lady can get all the smoke. Okay, and let me just let her keep on going.
And she will actually have better luck if that were the case. So he's sitting here telling her this while simultaneously saying the most delusional stuff I've ever heard in my entire life. I mean, I'm thinking back to when I was 20 and 25. If I saw a 45-year-old man, I would have literally thought it was the Crypt Keeper. Like, I would have literally thought it was the Crypt Keeper.
Mind you,
she thought her father was the Crypt Keeper when
basically
all of her childhood experiences. And what did she? If she thought a 45-year-old man was the Crypt Keeper, what did she think about her granddad if her granddad was alive during that time?
Why are you still alive, old man? Right. That is literally Def's grandfather. What are you still doing here? Right? Look, at the end of the day, this woman is like 35 years old right now. Okay? When I was 21, you're not that cute now. I can only imagine what you look like then. Okay. I went through this woman's, yes, I did it. Listen, I did it. I'm petty like that. And I sure did. I went through this lady's, her Instagram. She's not the most attractive woman in the world. Okay. She has some things that she needs to work. So if she's not the most attractive female in the world right now, trust me, she has some of her younger pics up. She wasn't that attractive then either.
See, I'm gonna tell you exactly what this was. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a young, you know what I'm saying, libertarian, you know what I'm saying, like, couple who she saw an opportunity to try to get a little bit of traction on her YouTube page and trash a black guy. You know what I'm saying? So she took full advantage. You know what I'm saying? She dipped the biscuit in the gravy twice. Right. That's what she was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No, you're not lying, bro. This is true. So let's listen to her keep on trying to trash older men and black men both simultaneously at the same time.
Like, I can't think of anything grosser. Like, than a 45-year-old, a 50-year-old man thinking that I'm like into him. So it's so stupid and it's so delusional. And not only that, like, let's say that I was attracted to that guy. One, it would be because I have like severe mental problems. Ooh. And two, like, why would he be attracted to me?
Okay, pay attention to what she just said. First, her answers to this is like, ew. That was it. Like, ew. Like, she couldn't even form the words. She couldn't even form enough words to really say anything. You know what I mean? Really couldn't verbalize anything. The best she can verbalize was like, ew. Like, that was her verbalization skills, bro. Literally was like, ew, right? Really? Okay, if you say so, right? But she just said, ew, that's creepy. You know what I mean? How could he think that I'm into him and all this other stuff? Okay. And I want you to listen, because in a minute, she's about to fucking say something that contradicts that right there. This, she went off and said that any younger female that was into older men have mental problems. Clearly have mental problems, according to her. Because she is, what is that book called? What is that mental health book that they go off of?
What is that, the DSM?
Yeah, the DSM. She is obviously the author of the DSM, Guidebook to Mental Illness. You know what I mean? Like, listen to the psychiatrist that her descriptors are like, ew. Okay, that's her. This is you're talking to a psychiatrist that uses descriptors like ew. Like, that's her. That's a great psychologist right there, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus Christ. This is why YouTube is awesome. Okay.
Why would he want to be with a 20-year-old? Like, what on earth would we possibly have in common? What on earth could I possibly add to his life that isn't completely shallow and pointless? Like it just shows.
I don't know. What do you offer? What's up, Shatira? How you doing? What does she offer? Right? What does the younger woman offer this older man? Well, what she offers is, number one, she's really attractive. Number two, she adds value with her attitude, the way she acts, and being attractive. Number three, she is capable and young enough to still have kids if he so chooses, if he so desires. Okay. Mentally, are they at the same level? Not really, but let's just be honest, man. You're not on the same level as my 15-year-old son. You use descriptors like ew. Okay, my son uses 3 synonym words, so you're not on the mental level or capacity to be speaking about what do we have in common. Okay, like, let's stop this shit. Like, really, I'm gonna keep on going. Let's keep on going with this.
It was like a very shallow set of values and principles. Actually, it shows like a lack of those things. It shows like a lack of values, a lack of.
Right, because you have to have a lack of values and principles if you just want to date somebody that is physically appealing to you. Of course, totally. Everybody, make sure you write that down, that you have to have no values in order to date someone that happens to be younger and is physically appealing to you. Of course, that is absolutely lack of values and ethics and morals. Absolutely. Write it down, people.
Principles, a lack of any sort of thought of legacy or
she said lack of any thought of legacy. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, let's point this shit out real quick. You're talking about 40-year-old, 35 up to 45-year-old men picking a young lady that's maybe between 20, 25 to maybe right before 30. I don't know about y'all, but that's quite literally looking out for legacy. I need to make sure this woman can still have kids. I need to make sure her eggs are not dead. I want to make sure I can have some kids with her, you know what I mean? And that she's going to be able to fucking take care of these kids because she's going to have the energy for it, right? That's quite literally looking for legacy. I don't know where that came from. So, again, I don't know what she's thinking. Rob, am I wrong or should I just keep on going?
Nope, you on point. Keep going.
All right, let's let her play.
Or morality. But it's not even emotionally healthy for this woman to date a man who doesn't make at least 6 figures.
Okay, now we're going to get to, yes. Oh, yeah, this is where it gets real fucking good. Oh, yeah, if you guys do not know, we are on HAPS, HAPPS, HAPS. If you want to join the conversation, whether you're male, female, agree, disagree, you're more than welcome to come on. Join in. We can have a conversation on this. I encourage conversation on this. Please come the fuck up if you've. All right, please come up. Please explain this, Cassie, for me, please. Okay, please. But download the HAPS app. Come in the room, make sure you let us know that you're here. As soon as you let us know that you're here and you want to come up, we will get you up here. Do not worry about it. All right, so please come the fuck on. All right, did you have something to say real quick?
I'm just still in awe.
Okay, so listen to what she's about to say, because this right here is going to take the cake. Listen.
Because let's say she makes $200,000 a year. She owns her own pet business. So this is a woman who herself is successful. Like, they act like she's acting. They act like she's asking for some pie in the sky stuff. She never said she's looking for, some A-list celebrity or some male model. And it wouldn't even be safe for her to enter a relationship with a guy who doesn't make, at least that much, because then you get into situations where he might just be dating her because he wants his bills paid. It might.
Oh, you mean kind of like, how women do it all the time? I should shut up. Let me shut up.
Well, you know what, and she for sure is showing her racism right there, and you could tell with the little half cracked smile that she had, because she makes that comment where she's like, it's not even safe for her to date somebody that's not making under $200,000. What do you mean by that? It's not safe. You know what I'm saying? How is that an indication of safety? You feel what I'm saying?
Right, because clearly, if you're making $300,000 a year and you're making less than, and the guy that you're talking to makes less than $200,000 a year, you're not safe. He can be anybody. He can be a freaking serial killer.
Frank Lucas used to bring home like $500,000 a week in cocaine money, and I guarantee you, a dude working at McDonald's would be a lot safer to be with than Frank
Lucas, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Chapo Guzman made like $500,000 a half an hour. Okay,
right.
Was that safe too?
Right. Right.
The logic on here, the flawed logic with this woman is amazing. Okay, it's absolutely amazing.
And the thing that's insane is like she got some big name YouTubers in the comments just big up in her, and you know what I'm saying? Like, everything that you're saying is right. Everything. This right here basically reminded me of that legacy civil rights meeting with Joe Biden.
Got him. All right. Let's continue to listen to how a man that makes $200,000 is not a safe person if you're making $300,000. Let's listen to this logic.
I get into like a using situation. It creates like
right, because the dude making $200,000 is clearly trying to use you because you make $100,000 more than he does a year. Totally, because he wants to use you because he's broke, right?
Right.
He's broke. Right. It's smart, totally smart. Okay, anyway, let's keep on going.
Like a weird dynamic where there's not even a way for there to be like a masculine and a feminine yin and yang. Like you cannot build a relationship like that. It's not possible. And
okay, so she just said that there's no way for a man who makes $200,000 a year to be the masculine if the woman makes $300,000 a year and she couldn't be feminine. Can anybody make that make sense to me, please? Anyone? And I'm really asking. Like, I'm not kind of talking shit here. I'm not poking fun. Can anyone make that make sense to me, please?
It makes sense to her.
Right.
I think she's the only person in the room that understands what she just said.
Like I said, if there's any women in here that could make that make sense, I would love to hear it. All right, let's let her keep on digging herself in this ginormous, egotistical freaking hole that she is digging for herself.
And so she calls in and asks this guy, and this is her first flaw. Like,
okay, now here it is. Check this out, ladies. Listen. Now she's been downgrading black men so much. Now this is her time to call black women stupid. Well, this was her first mistake. She called into Kevin Samuels. Right. She's dumb. She's stupid. She's immature. She doesn't know. Wait. This woman makes 6 figures a year from some sort of pet store that she created on her own, and this woman right here is about to call this woman stupid.
And this woman right here don't work.
She's a stay-at-home mama with a dude, and her husband is a guy who is an independent film director of libertarian Christian underground movies that haven't done anything, quite literally. They sell on libertarian underground websites. Literally. They're all low budget. Like, when I say low budget, they are more low budget than the sci-fi movies like Sharknado. Okay, Sharknado is a freaking masterpiece compared to the movies that her husband makes. No bullshit. I'm not lying. You can check it out yourself. Okay, you can check it out yourself. His name is, I believe, David Kirk. Some shit. David Kirk. I can't even fucking remember what this dumb broad's name is, but it's David Kirk or some shit. I'll bring him up in a minute, but hold on. Let's listen.
You know, this dating coach says that she needs therapy, and of course in his mind the therapy is because she's delusional and has too high of standards. No, her therapy is the fact that she's calling this guy and thinking that abusive and demeaning and trashy men have anything at all to offer her.
Again, she's calling black men
Facts.
Inhumane, trashy. They're acting like she was abused. Again, this woman called herself average. This woman herself said she's a 5 without makeup, a 6 with makeup. That's what she said.
Yep.
He used her words on this.
Right.
But now he's abusive. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, what was abusive?
Right.
Where did anybody get abused at?
Right. I'm still wondering that too.
You know what I'm saying? Like, she's sitting up here saying that this woman was verbally abused. Kevin Samuels didn't even swear at her until the end when he hung up. And then he said the word broad once.
Right. Right.
So this lady here, she's the one that's actually clearly delusional. You know what I'm saying? And she obviously is the type of chick that'll me too somebody. Because if you think some words that made you feel bad is abuse, then you out here putting everybody in jail.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This was her Me Too Karen moment. Help! The black man's trying to rape me. He's a black man. Did you hear me? He's tall and black. Where is he, ma'am? He's about 100 fucking yards from me, but he's about to rape me.
He's on YouTube, but he's on his way here.
Right? Stop it.
So, I don't think people really understand the level of like popularity and like mainstream appeal that Kevin Samuels has. But this is a dude that makes over $1,000 in donations every night, and he has more live viewers in broadcasts than she currently has on this video, and this is her highest performing video. Usually Kevin Samuels has about 13,000 people live at one time in his videos. Right. So clearly the man's doing something right. Right. In my opinion, you know, this woman and her political base and, you know what I'm saying, all of the stuff that she stands behind, clearly her and people like her see somebody like Kevin Samuels as a threat. They see him infringing on their turf. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so she has to jump on the bandwagon, and she knows, she understands the psychology of the people that she was speaking to with this video, and she knows that they can't see beyond those blinders, and that their hatred for the male counterparts is so thick, it doesn't matter who's dragging them. They're just gonna go right along with it.
Right. She's virtual signaling to other white men and women.
Yep. Facts.
Okay. And the black women who are big upping this video are basically on their fuck black men shit. Okay. So that's what this is all about. Okay. And black women compromised themselves trying to align themselves with this white woman who is virtual signaling to white women and white males across the land. Okay, it's unbelievable. Let's listen.
Yeah,
this is a
truly crazy.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say this shit and the comment section is truly crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's get this in real quick.
Trashy piece of crap guy. Like, this guy is garbage.
What?
At least that much, because then you get into situations where
let's listen
he
to
might
that
just
again.
be dating her because he wants his bills paid. It might get into like a using situation. It creates like a weird dynamic where there's not even a way for there to be like a masculine and a feminine yin and yang. Like, you cannot build a relationship like that. It's not possible. And
I just wanted to throw in that she just said it and it reminded me that men are supposed to be okay with taking a woman without very much means. And see, this is the difference between men and women. Like, a well-off man, right? If he sees enough value in a woman, it doesn't matter how much money she does or doesn't have. It doesn't matter how good or how bad her credit is. It doesn't matter if she's driving a piece of shit Mazda from 1986 or if she's driving a brand new Bentley. If a man sees a woman that has value or he feels has value, can lend value to him, okay, he will always choose her. She's pushing a narrative of women should never get with a dude that has lower income. See, and I laugh at women when they do this type of shit, because what you're quite literally doing is you're cutting yourself off of most of the population, whether it's black or white. It doesn't matter who you getting with, right? What you're doing is you're cutting off your opportunities for happiness, for love, for a way to build up a family, have kids, have kids and have a long legacy. She's quite literally telling you exactly how to do this, quite literally, and it's unbelievable. She is doing this. She's pushing this narrative, and it's this double talk, right? It's double speak, right? And what it is, it's feminism, but also I still want that old school way of thinking. Man makes more than woman. Man takes care of woman. Man always provides for everything, but I'm a strong, independent woman. I can do everything myself. It's a double standard that she's quite literally. It's an oxymoron, and this woman is quite literally giving an oxymoronic argument. It's right in front of you. It's crazy.
And another thing that I want to point out, as far as the difference between men and the difference between women, is another woman who likes to bash black men is Candace Owens. You know what I'm saying? She really, hates black males. You know what I'm saying? And that has nothing to do with who she's with. It's based on the things that she said, as far as from my perspective. Now, when Candace Owens was called a nappy-headed hoe by Noah Cyrus, despite the fact that there's a whole bunch of black men that don't like her, it was a whole bunch of black men that did videos, made tweets and posts, in defense of her and saying, like, that wasn't right for Noah Cyrus to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was wrong. It was racist. It needs to be called out. Noah Cyrus played the stupid role. Oh, I didn't know that was racist. Yeah, you did. You know what I'm saying? Because you never called anybody else, a nappy-headed hoe until you were calling a black woman that. So you knew exactly what the fuck you were doing. Miss me with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is when it comes to a situation like this, you see the opposite dichotomy in the double standards.
Right.
The men defended Candace Owens, who all the men are well aware that she, hates them. But the women don't defend Kevin Samuels.
They big up the white woman.
They jump on board. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, there we go. Shatira is in the building. Shatira is in the building. You know what? This is one of them days where I kind of hope Shatira comes the fuck up and talks about this.
You should.
I'm not going to lie. This is one of them days. This is one of them days. Okay, so let's finish this real quick. Let's listen to a little bit more of what this bride has to say.
And so she calls in and asks this guy, and this is her first flaw. Like, this dating coach says that she needs therapy, and of course.
Notice how she said dating coach.
She keeps calling him a dating coach.
Right.
You see, like, she keeps calling him a dating coach, which, again, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it's just unreal. It's just unreal. I'm gonna just show this screen real quick here. If you guys can see,
make it bigger. Take me off and make it bigger.
Hold on, I got it. Let me see. All right, can you guys see what this says?
It says Kevin Samuels, Image Consulting.
Image, right? Image Consulting. Look, welcome. Personal corporate booking. Frequently asked questions. Kevin Samuels, Image Consulting. We are the premier image consulting designed exclusively for men who want to upgrade on their appearance. From shopping to grooming, suits to shorts, sheets, short streets to the boardroom, we help great guys look good and feel their best. Don't let fear of the unknown stop you from making a great change in your life. Stay connected. Here's his social media. Nothing on here about dating. So, but again, this is what you see when people just continue to repeat stuff and it's not true. It's clearly not true. Nothing that she said thus far about him is true. She's just going to continue to repeat it until it is. Somehow she's just going to make it true. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You could say it 100,000 times. It will never make it true.
Right.
That shit is funny. All right, let's continue on real quick. I knew we wanted to stop it right there. You know what I mean? I forgot to stop it last time.
You gotta drive that point home. Because if somebody's just listening to this, they'll be like, oh, like she's clearly that guy wasn't qualified. Well, of course he ain't qualified. He's not a dating coach. He never said he was.
Right. Not only that, but he actually told that woman she needs to go see a matchmaker. She needs to go see a therapist. He told her she needs to do all these things, and she didn't want to hear him. You know what I mean? So all the talk about all these women trying to say, hey, you know what? Hey, he did this and he did that and blase. No, he's bullshit. He did do all these things. He gave her different tips, told her all the different things that she could do, and she refused to listen. And this woman is so dumb, just like a lot of these other women. They're so dumb, they don't want to pay attention to it. You know why? Because they don't like a black, it's bad enough to have a man tell them something that they don't want to hear. But to hear it from a black man, something that they don't want to hear, something that is true. Oh, yeah, that's the end of the world right there. So let's keep on going.
Of course, in his mind, the therapy is because she's delusional and has too high of standards. No, her therapy is the fact that she's calling this guy and thinking that abusive and demeaning and trashy men have anything at all to offer her.
Black men.
This is a trash piece of crap guy. Like, this guy is garbage. This is not a high value man. This is like a sleaze bag, right?
Dog whistle, black man sleaze bag.
So, I mean, there definitely are things that she has to work out to figure out, like, why do I think getting disrespected is normal? Why do I think being mistreated or talked down to is okay or acceptable? Like, why am I looking to men who have no principles or morals or virtue? Why am I looking to them for?
Again, she doesn't know Kevin Samuels from a freaking ant.
Right.
Claiming that he has no morals, no scruples, no this, no that. She's doing nothing except just dog whistling, bad-mouthing black men.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
What that is.
Oh, wow.
Or validation. or advice, like these guys who literally have like the suckiest lives ever. Why am I turning to these people for advice instead of
Did you
like
hear that? These guys, these guys. Now, here's my question, right? Like all of this whole thing that everybody talks about, none of it exists. But she literally talks about how these guys have the most suckiest life. So how will we be able to give advice?
Right. Well, what's so funny is this. Check this out. Ladies, I got a question. If you're looking for a man, you're trying to get a man, but you can't quite get him. Do you go to other women to get advice on how to get that man, or would you go to a man to figure out how to get that man? This is the question. Like, why is it that women seem to think that the best way that they can get a man is by going to another woman to ask about how to get a man? Not only that, but this is a white woman who's married to a white man that has no black friends, knows nothing about the black community, but yet she has better advice on how to get a fucking man, especially a black man, than anybody else.
Look, actually she does. Actually, she could probably teach them chicks something, because she has a man, she's married, and over there they single.
Yeah, but what she's doing is she's trying to run the okie doke on black women. Because she's telling black women, keep your super high standards and don't compromise. You know what I mean? Don't compromise your standards. I don't ask them shit. Real shit. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Do not compromise your standards at all, especially for a black guy. Don't do that, right? While she quite literally is a stay-at-home mother. Okay, she caters to her husband, literally.
She does everything that those women that she's pandering to disagree with. Everything that they feel is fundamentally wrong with the female role in society, she does behind the scenes when she's not on YouTube trashing black people to maintain her marriage.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. This is the okie doke, ladies. Black women, I need you to pay attention to this shit, because this is the okie doke. I'm always talking about y'all women fell for the okie doke. This is the okie doke of white feminism, ladies.
Yeah, real shit.
Black women, this is the okie doke of falling for white feminism, thinking it's for you. No, she's not fucking speaking up for you. You're falling for the okie doke, quite literally. Here, let's keep on going.
Normal,
but you know what? Real quick,
in their relationships.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
It's the validation. If you look at all of those comments, like, it would be dope if you could show the comment thread.
I will. I can show it.
It's the validation. Like, it don't matter where it's coming from. It's the validation that matters. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's so happy to be so happy to be validated.
I can do the comments in just a minute. Like, I'd have
to. That's cool. Just whenever, you know what I'm saying? When we get to the end or whatever. That's cool.
All right, then I'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's hurry up and get through this, because I don't really have very much more stomach to deal with the rest of this shit. This broad is about the dumbest broad in the world. Like, really, this is what I be talking about. And this is, and I'm even going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she doesn't realize, even though damn well I don't believe this shit. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on this show today that she doesn't realize her subconscious racism that I'm always talking about is exposing itself.
Yeah.
That's literally what this is. Now, I don't really truly believe that it's subconscious racism. I think this would be under the mask of closeted racism and special speak, code wording. You know what I mean? Sending those bells and whistles out, and you know what I mean? Like, that's what this is. But just to be open-minded, because I don't know her personally. Just because I don't know her personally, I'll just say, this is her subconscious racism coming out in full glory.
These are the kinds of things that she needs therapy for. And I mean, that's not even bad. I had like a breaking point where I realized that I had been like gaslit by a boyfriend. And I was like,
right. And you know what? I stopped it. I didn't stop because I was just going to let it run for a little while. But absolutely, Shatira, we had kind of talked about this before, where why would this woman feel the need to put herself in this whole situation? This is not a white couple situation. This is black folks business right here. This is black folks talking to other black folks trying to, better themselves and a whole bunch of other shit. Why is she even speaking on this?
All right.
And then the next question, right after you answer that question, is why are black women listening to this woman? Why are black women big upping this woman?
Validation.
You
know what I'm saying? That's you know how you was talking about the subconscious racism. That's the subconscious distrust of self and self-hatred.
Oh, and it is also the subconscious I love mommy syndrome. My white female Jesus.
That part. That part.
I want white validation. That's what this is.
That's Josephine Biden right there.
Right. This is definitely, I want white validation from a white woman. This is black women begging for validation from a white woman. That's what it is.
How did that happen? Like, how was this guy telling me something that I knew was false? Like something that was objectively false.
How was anything that he said objectively false? She hasn't answered no question. Because pay attention through this whole thing. She is yet to give out any real answer. The best answer she's given, the most complete answer she's given for anything across the board, any suggestion, any advice, or anything was like, ew. That was the best one. And that said absolutely nothing. Pay attention. Like, ew.
Right.
And convincing me that like things that didn't happen happened, or I had like these ulterior motives or all this other stuff. And I was just like taking it and trying to defend myself and trying to like correct a misunderstanding, because I thought like, oh, there must be a misunderstanding, or maybe I said something I didn't realize, or blah blah blah.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Shatira
showing love, way so much love right now. That's what I'm talking about. Good looking, Shatira. I appreciate it.
And of course, that guy was like, "Oh, you are crazy. You need therapy, right?" And in a sense, even he was right, because I did need therapy, but not in the way that he thought I needed.
Bitch, you still need therapy. Stop it.
Therapy, to realize that like, oh, this actually like stems back to childhood, where my parents would gaslight me and my mom would constantly gaslight me and other people.
Do you guys notice what she just did? She just threw her own parents underneath the bus and said her parents gaslighted her. That must have been a pretty dysfunctional home. When you go so far as to say my parents, not just one, both of my parents and my family gaslit me. They all did. All of them. They all gaslit me. If that is not, that's troublesome. What's up, Wiggy? How you doing?
It wasn't just us, but she does tend to like really gaslight and validate emotions, to where like, whenever that happened in relationships, instead of seeing it as like a giant red flag, I thought it was normal. And so once I recognized that, it got to the point where like, I was able to recognize when I was being mistreated or disrespected, and like it wouldn't even go.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you had your parents gaslit you and you had to go to therapy to recognize when somebody was being abusive to you? And this is the woman who black women want to take advice from. Wow.
Like I wouldn't even ever see that person again. Like, do you get what I'm saying? So, and I think a few months after that, I met my husband. So really, these childhood things, these little things that might not even seem like that big of a deal, can really be the thing that separates you from being able to find a stable relationship. And it could be something as simple as, oh, your parents never validated your emotions, or you had a sibling or a parent that gaslit you as a child, or you had a parent that abandoned you, and so now you feel like you're always going to be abandoned, or things like that. And they really do have like these impacts, because something did happen where she is looking to a loser for advice on how to find a good quality guy. Like nothing about that makes sense, right? The thing is that human attraction isn't something that can be like reprogrammed.
Okay, and that's the point that I was actually showing, that I wanted y'all to pay attention to. Okay, I need y'all to really pay attention. She just said human attraction cannot be reprogrammed. So if a younger woman right around 25 to, let's say, between 25 and 35 years old is attracted to an older man, let's say between 40 and 45 to maybe even 50, okay, she is now going against that last narrative in which she had. Remember what she said? Well, if you're 20 to 30 and you liked it, a man, ew, how disgusting. You have to have mental problems. Now she's going against it, and she's saying, well, it can't be reprogrammed. That's what you like. What you like is what you like. You see? This is the problem. This is quite literally the gaslighting that I'm talking about. I have my own personal opinions on Kevin Samuels because I've been aware of him for about a year from YouTube. But this lady is just dumb. Right. I feel you. There's certain things that I don't like about Kevin Samuels, but there are certain things that he hits the nail right on the head on certain things. So, but I think that's kind of like everyone that you listen to, right? Certain people got some stuff, and then some things you just absolutely don't agree with, right? I think that's normal.
You know what I mean? That's normal.
So let's
you
finish.
You don't agree 100% with everything,
Right. You don't have to agree with everything he says. I find them entertaining, and it's like it is what it is. Let's continue. Let's finish this up, because this is actually, now I'm starting to get bored.
What's up, babe?
And we can't just sit here and act like we are capable of being attracted to something that physically repulses us. And a woman having to take out her wallet and pay for a man physically repulses us. Okay. And, there's a lot of women who are so out of touch with their instincts, so out of touch with their femininity, so out of touch with like their own bodies and minds and their instincts, that they are so far removed that they don't even realize that that's the reason why they're not attracted to their spouse, or that that's the reason why they're not attracted to their boyfriend, or that's the reason why there's so much friction. Now, those of us who are more in tune with things, like I'm used to feeling like this, like kind of light and airy way. And, back when I was single, obviously I'm married with like 3 kids now, but back when I was single, I was used to feeling like this kind of light and airy way, to where if something would happen that would make me unattracted, I could like sense it immediately.
Just a few minutes ago, she said, I didn't even know I was getting abused. Now she's saying, well, I was just so light and airy, and I knew, and nothing could bother me, and this woman is a walking oxymoronic statement. Like,
check this out though, man. Like, the thing is, one of the major problems, right? Like with that whole side over there, a lot of those people, a lot of those women, the women that she made this video to appeal to, they're not married. One of their major problems, the major gripe, is that they can't find what they call a high value man, or what they consider a marriage material man. She's sitting at home comfortable with her nuclear family and her husband, her provider, while being a married woman, giving single women advice. Like, she's out of place and out of touch in so many ways. You know what I'm saying? You can't even count it on two hands.
Right. No, absolutely. Let's try to finish this up. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to make it through it. Like, we're halfway through, bro. Halfway.
I swear, it seemed like we've been watching this for like hours.
Right? Because there's so many things that's wrong with this shit. There's so much like cringeworthy racism, cringeworthy hate of black people that is oozing out of this broad. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. She's over the top.
Right. This is like, if you couldn't see like her clear contempt for black folks in this video, there's no help for you.
Right.
I'm sorry. Like, if there wasn't at least one point in this video where you said to yourself, you know what? Why do I feel like this broad is like, you know, sending out code words and shit, and she's like,
right.
Really racist, right? If that didn't come out in your head one time watching this video, then yeah, you're probably not, you know.
Listen, bro, as soon as I saw this, the first thing that I saw when I saw this video, I was like, this is weird. This is really weird, because somebody was doing a react. I think it was Jessica X. I think Jessica X. Yeah, I like watching Jessica X. She was doing a reaction video to this, you know, and she was, you know, like taking Kevin Samuel's side on this. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I never even saw this video. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I gotta find this video. I gotta see what this video is all about. So then I started watching it, and I was like, man, this don't make no sense. Then I started looking at the titles of her other video. Then I went to her Twitter account to see everything that she was about, and I was like, this is some smoke and mirrors bullshit right here.
Yeah, real shit. Okay, so first off, let's go through some of these comments real quick. Very much out of touch. She has no right preaching anything. Very deceptive. Absolutely. The worst part is that she feels so self-righteous saying all this. She really does. What is she talking about? You're going to have to kind of like listen. Does she make her spaghetti with ketchup, Izzy? Absolutely. You know damn well this broad buys her red sauce. Okay? Are you serious? This broad couldn't make any red sauce if her life depended on it. Okay, anyway. Isn't the high value man issue a part of the problem? The definition is so loose. If the motherfucker is valuable to you, then he's high value. Sheesh. Yes and no. Yes, because that's what a high value man should be, Shatira. Okay? But when they use the term high value, what they're saying is men who make at least $60,000 or $70,000 or more, right? But have the potential to make in the six figures, or already make six figures or better. So they're using it in a very specific way, right? In order to represent or get a certain demographic of audience. So yes, you're right, but also it's the way that they're using the word, which I understand. They need to name it something. They need to give it a descriptor, a name, so they can always go back to it, so they don't have to always say this all the time, every single time.
Honestly, I think that so the high value, right? For most people, over 6 figures will be what's considered high value.
Right.
And you got to remember that it's the man himself in the state of being is simply going to work and making his money. It's his money that the woman sees as high value. Like in business, that's what's considered high value, is a lot of money or a lot of equity. Positive equity is high value. So when a woman wants to provide herself to a high value man, essentially the man is paying whatever her living cost is, whatever her maintenance cost is, whatever, in order for her to be, you know, whatever, a relationship partner, arm candy, you know what I'm saying, casual relationship, whatever. So that, I feel that's one of the reasons why that term high value man is there. I don't honestly think that Kevin Samuels made that term up. If a woman wants a man that's making you know, over 6 figures a year, that's pretty high value. So for a woman to water it down and say she wants 6 figures, so it sounds a little bit more commercialized and acceptable, I think Kevin Samuels is upplaying it so that we understand here that we're dealing with economy and, you know, everybody sees what's up. You know, we're not going to get by with just a man objectifying a woman when actually it's the woman objectifying the man. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to get shit straight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And he's pointing, and I think another point that I think he's trying to point out is that, again, we just talked about the numbers because we just looked it up. 9.2% of the population, the full population, makes over $100,000. So you have about 70% of the women out here looking for trying to look for and get a part of the population that only represents only but 9.2% of the population. You see what I'm saying? A man that only represents 9.2 of the population. You understand?
Right. And it's actually less, because you got to understand that these specific women, and I don't even think that these women on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, I don't even think that they're necessarily looking for black men specifically. I think they're looking to criticize black men and will be with whatever high value man that they can find. But for purposes of, like, you know, bookkeeping and statistics, if 9% of America, you know, is making that high value, then you have to also factor in that only 13% of that 9% and less than that is what's going to be making, you know, 6 figures. So it's marginal. It's very marginal. You know what I'm saying?
It's like it's going to be right around 6.2% of that 9.2%. So we're saying 9.2% would be the 100, right? The full group, right? And then you're talking about 6.2% of those men.
Right. Yeah.
It's going to be black male making over $100,000. That's a very low number.
Mm-hmm.
That's a crazy low number. It comes down to the attitude and the perception she has about the importance of money. Not every woman holds that as most important. Absolutely, and that's true. That's absolutely true. So I'm not going to argue that. Let's finish this. Let's try to finish this shit.
Yeah, because I was that kind of just in tune with my feelings. So let's say that I'm out with a guy and everything's going fine, and then the bill comes and he's like, hey, so are we going to split this? It's like,
no, see, I didn't even want to stop right here, but I have to, because the fact of the matter is, if a man takes you out, invites you out, and then at the end of that day, he says, hey, you want to split this? Guess what that means? Just take a wild guess what that means. It means he probably isn't into you. And so why should he waste any money on you? So while you're sitting here saying you're late to the party, lady. You're late to the train. The train is already driving off and you're just now getting there because you thought you were such the shit. You thought you was that girl, so much so that you didn't realize he just wasn't into you. And so you were surprised when he said, hey, so how you want to do this? You want to go Dutch? You want to split it? Right? You're late for the party. And you're not fashionably late, bitch. You're just late.
All right.
Oh, okay.
And won't be invited to the next one.
Right, exactly. You're not coming to the next party either. Why is she entitled? She's not even that good looking. That's what I've been saying.
Like the brakes go off, and in my mind, I'm like, okay, this guy was raised by wolves.
Again, no. Why does a man that wants to go Dutch have to be raised by wolves, no value, no this, no that? Maybe he just didn't want to waste any money on you because he saw you were nothing more than a succubus and you were looking at him with dollar signs in your eyes. And he was like, yeah, pay for your own shit. On top of that, get your own damn Uber home. How about that?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
How about that? How about that? Right? Because I'm that type. You know, if I don't like you and I think you're looking, yeah. How about you take care of this bill for us?
Right.
How now? What'd you get again? You got the croissant and the double mocha foca latte with fucking extra creamer. Okay,
exactly.
So that comes to $13. You got that $13. I'll get the change. Don't worry about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what that is, bro.
Right.
So whoever asks should pay. No, absolutely. And that's why I said if a man goes that far, if a man asks you out to go have, drinks, coffee, lunch, something like that, usually he has full intention of paying. Like when it gets to that point, he usually has full intentions of paying, unless you guys have already talked and already came to an agreement well before you guys even left, right? That's usually how it goes. And so if he goes and he invites you, you guys didn't talk about it, and he didn't push the issue about who was paying, the fact of the matter is he already had full intentions of paying. But there was something that happened during that conversation, during your time together, that he was so utterly turned off by. The first thing he said was, so how you want to do this? You want to go Dutch?
She probably experienced that a lot. Just by the way that she talks, just by her mannerisms, just by how she doesn't make sense when she puts two sentences together. I bet you she got that a lot. So again, aside from all of her racism that she's spewing out in this video, there's that element of, she's scorned and she's upset because, she went through this a lot growing up.
Right. Well, don't be so, don't have such an ugly attitude. You know what I mean? Like the finest female in the world can become ugly really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Strictly by attitude. Let's not play games. Let's not act like this is brand new. Okay? The finest female in the world can become ugly in 2.5 seconds based on their attitude. And a significantly ugly female can actually look a whole lot better after you get to know her.
Yep.
Let's just be honest. Okay? That is possible. You can find somebody more attractive after you get to know them. Oh, wow. You see what I'm saying? Because you start looking at him in a different way. Because you appreciate his mind. You appreciate the way he talks to you, the way he treats you, the way, you know what I mean? The way, right? Don't flip the table. I'm just saying, it's the truth. It is what it is. So it is what it is. Let's try to finish this. What up, Rena? How you doing, sweetheart?
He's uncouth. This is not a person that is properly socialized. This is not a man.
Not proper. Listen, do you not hear the words that she's using? I keep on having to stop this because this bitch
it's the dog whistles. He's not properly socialized.
He is uncouth.
Uncouth.
Right?
Now, I don't even think she knows what uncouth means.
She couldn't spell uncouth if her life depended on it. Okay?
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead as you keep talking to play the video. I'm gonna put the definition of uncouth up on the screen real quick.
Okay, yeah, please do that. She said he is not socialized. Do you know what she's calling him? Ladies and gentlemen, this this woman, this white woman, this clearly, at the very least, subconsciously racist white woman is quite literally calling a black man an animal, which she has been doing all night long, literally calling him an animal.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the definition?
All right, so check this out. The definition is awkward and uncultivated in appearance, manner, and or behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Strange or clumsy in shape or appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Not known or not familiar to one, seldom experienced. So as far as appearance goes, there's nothing strange or clumsy about Kevin Samuels' appearance.
Man wears $2,500.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dude that wears tailor-made suits during live streams. You know what I'm saying? Like his live stream setup looks like a high-class restaurant, and she's calling this dude uncouth. That uncouth is a sign and a symptom of people who have delirium, people who have bipolarism, people who have schizophrenia, who don't take care of themselves or do, you know, basic hygiene for a long time. This dude used to sell cologne. She's insane.
Yeah, you can't say nothing about my cologne gang. Tom Ford, bitches. Whoop whoop. And purses, but I digress. All right, let's keep on going.
Right, Shatera, that's funny.
Who is a gentleman. This is not a man who like knows or cares about women. This is not a man who can be a protector or a provider or is even caring to like impress me in
Wait, because he's not impressing her, he's clearly not able to be a provider, not a protector. Really?
Dog whistle.
Dog whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys not catching on to the dog whistles at this?
That's the dog whistle for single dad, can't take care of a family. Dog whistle, dog whistle.
This is nothing but, this is a 28-minute long video of dog whistles. That's what this is. Like,
she should actually send this tape in to Fox News. She could get a spot probably at like noon.
In a hot second, she would. She would get a job at Fox News in a hot second.
In a heartbeat.
Right. She's trying to tarnish his image and his brand. Absolutely.
Yep. Facts, Brad.
Izzy used to be attractive, but then he spoke. You know what? Kiss my natural tan ass. Well, it's not very tan right now because we've been in lockdown, but still, kiss it. Okay? I'm just saying.
That way, I will absolutely never be seeing this person again. So, but for women who have been brainwashed and reprogrammed and are so constantly out of touch with their feelings and their emotions, they might not get that instant reaction, and they might actually go on a second date with that guy. They might actually even start like a short-term relationship with that guy and wonder why there's always friction, wonder why they're not attracted, and wonder why there's like this weird dynamic. Okay. So you need to be looking at your friends that are happily married. You need to be looking at people in your church that are happily married and kind of see what
I saw your mic go off. What's up?
Yeah, none of those women have anyone within 50 miles of them that's happily married. So the closest thing to looking at somebody happily married is this idiot right here that's on the screen for most of these women who are upset.
Wait, you know? here's the thing. Being a man that used to go to church and used to be, you know, a leader of a church, right? And when I wasn't a leader of the church, I was quite literally sitting next to the leader of the church, listening to all this. You know, I promise you, a lot of those couples that you see in church and a lot of those couples that you think are so happy, a lot of times, yeah, they're just not that happy. Okay, they're just not. Okay, so actually, it's not about, in a lot of cases, a lot of couples stay together because it is just a lot more simpler to just stay together and move on, because it's more of a hassle to get a divorce. It's more of a hassle to separate, get another place to live, buy another house, buy other cars, splitting up all the money, the alimony, and everything that goes along with it. It is sometimes just easier just to stay married with the person until you find something better. I'm just going to be honest. And anybody that thinks I'm lying, try it. Let's see. If he asked you to pay and you didn't like it, just pay and never call him again. Right? Exactly. She's such a good person saving women. And that was sarcasm, I just want to say. You know what I mean? I have a whole family that's happy and married. I do too. I know a lot of people that are happy and married, but I also know a lot more people that are unhappy and married. And this is why people get divorces all the time.
They did and ask them for advice. Or if you can't really trust that they are giving you accurate information, then don't trust what they say, but like look at what they actually did and do those things. Like,
so what you're saying is, if you don't believe that they're really happy but they're together, then don't pay attention to what they're telling you to do. Pay attention to how they act with each other, because that's going to make your marriage better. Okay. At this point, this bride totally needs a motherfucking award. Okay. And that would be the Short Bus Award.
Facts.
Like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, this stuff is very, very simple.
No, but you're trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has already been made. Man, woman, children, right? Real simple shit. Man, protector, woman, take care of the kids. Man, go out, get food, get money, right? This is the wheel, right? You quite literally are selling a brand new wheel to a whole bunch of women, while you are quite literally using the same old wheel.
Mm-hmm.
If that's not contradicting, I don't know what is.
Facts.
Like, okay, if you say so. Okay, everybody, don't try to reinvent the wheel.
But and the fact that he says, like, oh, no guy that makes 6 figures would be with an average looking woman because that's an above average amount of income. So he'd be with an above average looking woman. Virtually every average looking woman I know is with a guy who makes 6 figures. Like,
now what we're doing is we're rolling back to the arguments at the very beginning that we've already debunked, which is number one, you're talking about men who have been single their whole time, and they made all their money, and then after they made all their money and they're established, now they're looking for a mate. They're not going to be going after average women. I'm sorry, I don't care what she says. Again, how is it that women think that they know men better than men know men?
Got a better question. Why is she calling other women average if she had such a problem with Kevin Samuels doing it?
Right. That's a great question. That's a great question. And let me point out again that if a man is already with a woman and she is average, go ask him how long they've been together. They've been together since college or high school. They've been together since day one. They've been together since before he had any money. That's why they have average wives. Because they were there before they got rich.
And that also tells you something. That tells you that an average woman will be more loyal to you and be willing to help you and support you and help you make it to the top and reap them benefits of you getting to the top than a woman who's, quote, seeking a high value man. Because as far as I'm concerned, in my eyes, a woman that's seeking a high value man per se, and see, because the value can be based on different things. You know what I'm saying? In this case, what Kevin Samuels was talking about, high value happens to do with high income or high wealth. So you're looking for a prepackaged success,
right?
Story. That's what you want. You know what I'm saying?
That's really what it is. They're looking for prepackaged. They're not trying to put in the work,
right,
to create the gift that's inside the package. They just want the package already made.
Right.
Sorry, this ain't microwave dinner time.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, bitch,
right.
Get in the kitchen and cook.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm a fully cooked meal. It took time to make this delicacy you see in front of you right here. Okay? Right?
Oh shit.
You think you're gonna walk out of a microwave and all of a sudden I'm gonna be like, ooh, damn, microwave food. Right? No.
Right.
No.
Right.
No. I need you. I wanna see, I want to see all those pots and pans because you put in that work right there. You know what I mean?
You know what else I noticed about this video? She's so concerned about the love life and well-being of all of these women that she's making this dog whistle video about. But you know what she does? She doesn't give them one tip that was useful for her for keeping her ass married through 3 kids. She doesn't do that. And we're exactly halfway through the video at 14 minutes, and she has yet to offer one tip to any of these women looking for a high value man, because clearly she found one. She's married to him and he had 3 kids with her. So clearly she feels that he's of at least some kind of value. She hasn't offered one tip on what she's done to find and secure him.
Right. Except for, like, ew. And
right. And she likes who she likes.
Right. Well, he wasn't like ew, you know what I mean? So that's why I kept him like ew.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I just saying like duh.
Like duh. No advice from this woman whatsoever.
No.
That's a very reasonable request. He's acting like she's unreasonable. It's not even like she's being unreasonable or making a somewhat high demand. That's honestly the least that she could ask for given her situation. With the amount of income she makes, a guy has to make at least $100,000 or else there won't even be a chance at there being any kind of relationship. It will literally be some loser sponging off of her. And
absolutely. If I could like your comment right now, Shatira, I absolutely would. You're absolutely correct. Those type of men are not the easiest to deal with. It's rules to this shit. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And she is stuck with this idea to think that, dudes, like, I don't understand the double standards of women. If you want equality, guess what? You know what? Men, I think from now on, we should never date a woman that doesn't make at least what we make.
I've said that for a long time.
If she don't make at least what you make, then you should not date her whatsoever. Okay.
Anything that women require of a man, when I hear them say it, I require that of a woman.
Right. If you want to put stipulations on it, I will too.
Yeah, and if I don't have it, then there's nothing else to talk about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if we meet and you want to just blurt out every 5 seconds that, nothing comes before your kids, cool. Nothing comes before mine either. And it just so happens that right now I want to buy them some surprise shit. So fuck you, I'm out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Yeah, my credit score is 799. Your credit score is 759. Yeah, you're going to have to come back when you can lift up that credit score another 49 points. You know what I mean?
What?
Lift that motherfucker up at least 50 points. When you lift your credit score up another 50 points, we can talk. Until then, fuck out of here.
And guess what? He won't even like her. He will hate her. So the advice that this man is giving is for this woman who is clearly competent, is clearly intelligent, is, you know, clearly even feminine, and is in shape, and is in a place where she's looking for a serious relationship, you know, likely marriage. I mean, these are all very, very good things. And he's sitting here telling her, go for a guy that there's a 0% chance of it working out with, who will be far more likely to hate you and disrespect you. Because a guy that, you know, makes 20 grand a year because he works at the gas station, he doesn't have those qualities and values because he doesn't value those things. So he just...
Dog whistle.
Total dog whistle.
Dog whistle.
Wait, and why can't a man that's making 20,000 a year respect those things that you're doing?
I find it interesting that she chose the exact cutoff for the federal poverty level for the suggested income of this artificial person that she created. You know what I'm saying? Like, so under 6 figures couldn't have been 900,999.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get the lady, man. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Right.
He doesn't care about her discipline. He doesn't care about her grit. He doesn't care about her creativity. He doesn't care about her love for animals. He doesn't share these values with her. He doesn't share these worldviews with her.
I would argue that a dude being able to get with a woman that is making a lot more money than him would actually appreciate that woman more than a dude that's making more than that much money.
Mm-hmm. He would definitely have to have. We had talked about this the other day. He would definitely have to have his game up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I personally think that a dude making less money would actually respect that more. Now, where he's going to lose that respect is when she starts trying to treat him like he's nothing just because she makes more money. That's when the problems happen. You see what I'm saying?
Because this woman right here that's on the screen, she would clearly do that. Because do you see how she comes up with her own arguments and then uses those straw man arguments to support her nonsensical logic? She would wake up one day and say, you know, you're not doing me right because I could find someone better because you don't make as much as me, and I fell in love with you, and I'm blaming you for making me settle. And she would literally take that logic and leave that motherfucker and find somebody else and blame it on him the whole time. Right.
You tricked me into falling in love with you, and you forced me to settle.
Right.
The fuck out of here. This broad is loony.
Whereas if she meets a guy who maybe he has a pet business, or, you know, he works in finance, but he does like a little pet charity on the side, or, you know, they have some sort of commonality there, and they have, the thing is that guy is actually more likely to be interested in her than the loser is, because he's going to say like, oh, I value hard work and she works hard. Oh, I value working out and she works out. I value, you know, family and she wants to get married.
You know what? More broke people work out and stay in shape longer and more so than people who do have money. You know why? Because that's one of the things that well, I might not have a lot of money, but I'm in good health.
Right.
You know what I mean? They care about their appearance. They care about what they look like, how healthy they are, things of that nature. I don't understand. I don't know what kind of people she's meeting. I don't know. I don't know where she's getting these ideas at all. This shit is befuddling. I bet that was too big of a word for her too, because, you know, her vocabulary consists of ew, like, oh, like aneurysm.
And then she tried. What was the word that she used? Disheveled or something like that. She tried with disheveled and failed.
Right. Right. Like this one, I swear to God, look at her face when she's trying to think of words. It looks like the broad's having a freaking aneurysm. Like,
look at her face, period. It's a face only a mother could love.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
like this is the exact kind of guy
like
that actually would value and cherish her, and you're telling her not to even try or attempt it. And like,
that's not what he said in no way, shape, or form. What he said was lower your standards just a tad, just a scotch. So then what you can do is you'll have more options, and then you can find that dude that's on the way up, that's at maybe $70,000, $80,000 a year. That way, you know, maybe you can even guide him to make the right proper decisions, and then he'll get over that, you know, six-figure. You see what I'm saying? That six-figure number. Then he is exactly the dude that you've been looking for. He's telling you to understand where your level is, and then work with what's at your level and then move it up. You know what I mean? He's not telling you to go get with some dude that's making $40,000 a year or $20,000 a year. That's not what he said in any of his videos. She is overrepresenting, like, or that is not a word. She's trying to do too much. She's adding extra. She's turning a molehill into a mountain, and she's doing too much.
Way too much.
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
One, the fact that you would even say that, like, high value men don't date average looking women. That's like almost all that they date. That's like almost all that they marry. I mean, I can't even tell. So when
wait, do you guys keep on hearing it? Every time she's trying to think of a word that would be good, it's like she's having an aneurysm, bro. The words cannot come out of her mouth. Her language. Look, listen. She has the unmitigated gall and the audacity to say that Kevin Samuels is uncouth. Right? Right. Listen, and she can't put together a sentence that sounds like she made it out of high school. It really honestly don't sound like she made it out of like her sophomore year. Like, let's just be honest. Okay?
And I bet you she didn't.
Man, look, this woman don't sound like she has no vocabulary whatsoever. Like, everybody talks a lot of shit about how I cuss a lot. You know what I mean? Oh, you don't have no vocabulary. Man, you know what? Me cursing is a better vocabulary than her. Okay? So miss me with all this stuff. This is bull. I can't even believe them. I don't even know how much more of this can you take?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. I think we got the points across. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's nothing too much more to, unless she made some type of miraculous U-turn, which I highly doubt. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's pretty obvious what she was doing. I think it's pretty obvious the angle that she was trying to take. It's pretty obvious that she's disingenuous, doesn't give a shit, and is a flat out racist. And I don't think this had anything to do with Kevin Samuels. I think this was just a chance to flex. You know what I'm saying? And people jumped on it because they're not real wise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do too. Let's make it to the 20-minute mark. If I have to stop this more than 3 times before the 20-minute mark, we're done. All right, let's do this.
Sound like a
say what? Oh, okay.
Sound like a plan, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I can't even tell you how many men I would meet who were good looking, come from a good family, like very, very wealthy, low millionaire family. Just good guys, like not trashy man whores, not losers, guys that are responsible and nice and funny and like tall and handsome and everything. And these are guys.
White men.
That's one.
White men.
She got 2 more stops left.
Club.
Huh?
She got 2 more stops left.
Yeah, okay, 2 more stops.
and get any hot like 22-year-old model they wanted. They don't want that. They would literally end up with girls who like, dude, some of these guys ended up with girls that weren't even attractive, period. Like let alone average. Like some of them I was like, whoa, okay. And it's just, that's not really what they're looking for. Like they're thinking of things like legacy. They're thinking of things like, what traditions will we share with our children? What will my parents think of this person? How will they fit in? How does their family dynamic match my history, or things like that? So like it's so stupid. It's so dumb. And so, yeah, I just wanted to throw this out there. I mean, you people backing this guy up, especially you women.
I can't have you people.
You people, I was going to say, you people.
I'm sorry. I had to. You people. Like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Like, I swear to God, I was trying, bro.
She can't help herself, bro. She cannot help herself, man. She can't help it.
You people. You people who like this man. You people. And she knows damn well that primarily the most people that watch it are black men and black women. You people being black men and black women. Again, wow. Okay, here you go.
Women, you look like losers. Like, you look
She's
like
so angry.
desperate loser women who, I mean, the fact that you would think one of the most standard requests in a partner is that ridiculous. It's like, what are you expecting out of your life? And I mean, listen to somebody who knows what they're talking about. Like there are YouTube channels of people who are happily married and giving advice, you know, or there are people who, even if they're single, like they at least have your best interest.
Why don't she have advice?
I actually.
What?
Why doesn't she have advice?
Because
why is she telling them to go to somebody else's YouTube channel when she has a husband and 3 kids that her husband supposedly gave her? She could have had 3 different baby daddies. It's just me, you know what I'm saying, like being nice. Where's her advice? Where's the closing message? You know what I'm saying? She don't have one. She's an idiot.
Right. I'm trying to let her get to her point, but she just is. She's an idiot. Okay, she's from Oregon. She's from Southern Oregon. Okay, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to make it.
I did a Matthew Hussey course before I met my husband, and I actually think that it helped. I mean, I don't know that for certain, but he did give a lot of really good advice. So all these people that these guys are like, oh, you know, these guys are losers. They just tell you what you want to hear. No, that's an actual successful man who is still connected with his family, has like siblings that he talks to, has friends that he's had for years and years, and is actually like personable and likes and respects women. You know, like listen to somebody like that. Listen to someone who's been happily married their whole life. Listen to someone who has your best interest at heart, or just see people who.
I didn't stop it because of her. I stopped it because of dumbass in here. That's a nice storage unit you live in. Yeah, I don't live in it. This is called a fucking back house, dumb fuck. It's a back house. That's what this is called. You know, the thing that's behind the house. You probably never heard of it before. You know?
Duh.
It's behind the house. But don't worry about it. It's okay. I understand, you know, you being a dude that probably rents a fucking room, you know, I get it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You know what I mean? I get it. Don't worry about it. It's all good, buddy. All right. Yeah, I'm totally mad, G. Yeah, totally. Totally mad. Totally.
Have been successful and just copy what they do. A lot of it's the same thing as real estate. It's just location, location, location. I mean, like I had access to very wealthy, very successful guys way out of my league, actually, because of just like my job and profession, where a woman with like my conservative and kind of libertarian values was seen as really, really rare. So like, whereas on a normal.
And God spoke down from the heavens and said, let him shut the fuck up.
Right.
And he did so. He kept his mouth shut and he could not say yet another word. And all people together said at the same time, amen.
Normal scale, if I was like a 6, you know, in the libertarian world, you're like an 11, right? So if you're like a 6 in the real world, you're like an 11 in like these political libertarian circles. So it
yeah, because political libertarians are fucking usually fat, old, nasty, and disgusting. Yeah, you would be an 11 to them, okay? But guess what? In the real world, anyway.
Actually, when it comes to libertarian and conservative women, she's about a 4.
Really?
In my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. What's like, dude? You could name like 10 just people that are on TV every day that are libertarian and conservative women that look 10 times better than her. You know what I'm saying? She ain't one of them. Nobody picked her for a camera job.
Like, I'm a 19. Are you serious? Fuck out of here.
They're right.
Well, I can safely say that, you know, Wigga does look better than this chick. I can say that.
I mean, a Rock looks better than her. You know what I'm saying? And because when it comes down to the intelligence and the attitude factor, first of all, you're not gonna want to listen to half the nonsense that she's saying, and then you don't want to see her, you know, opening up her mouth and all of that bullshit coming out of it. So
yeah, you know, and that's what it is. Like every time she talks, right? And I don't know if it's just me. She starts looking more and more and more like the Wicked Witch of the East.
Yeah.
Is it just me?
No. She looks like she looks like the Mona Lisa.
She looks, and I don't like to bash people about the way they look because people look the way they look, you know what I mean? But she is becoming like more and more unattractive the more and more she opens her mouth.
Yeah, that's what it is with her. That's why, like, I'll start like bashing the way she looks, because she don't look that way as soon as she came on camera. She don't look that way when she wakes up in the morning. She looks that way when she projects that attitude and opens her ignorant ass mouth. So as a result of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really talking about your physical features. You know, I didn't say anything about, you know, anything about her physical features. You know, I'm talking about the way that attitude makes her look, the way what she's saying makes her look, the way that she's a narcissist. She gaslights herself. She really actually thinks that she's like doing somebody a favor by doing this video. And like, honestly, you know, I mean, you helped your YouTube channel, but that's really the only thing that's getting any benefit out of this nonsense.
She got a 5 head though. I will say that. she does. She has a really big forehead. Like, it's long.
Kind of gave me access to guys that, like, on paper you would be like, oh, he seems like he's like too good for her or something. I mean, not that anyone should be thinking that, but like, you know, if someone were to think that on paper, you know, it was just a matter of location. It was just a matter of access. So, I mean, join your country club, join the gem, join all the dating sites, you know.
That's
man, what country club?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Kevin Samuels quite literally told her to do all these things.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say join a website or a dating site, I don't think. But he told her, get in the gym. You know what I mean? He told her, you know, lower your standards just a scooch. You know what I mean? So you have access to more options of men. That's what his reasoning was. He was like, if you lay all your cards in one deck, right? If you put your whole cards in one pile, just one, you're more than likely not going to get what you want. But if you have your cards spread out in multiple piles, you'll have better opportunities and better choices. That's what he told her.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She's so far, she's so removed, bro. Like what country club again?
She said big foreheads are the new booty.
That's funny. that lady face is the new booty.
It's something like OkCupid, where you're able to specify like, oh, I'm looking for marriage, and like put in your interests, and you're only matched with people with your same interests. You know, put in your zip code as being like the wealthiest zip code in your area, so that you're more likely to get matched with wealthier guys from like.
So basically, she's saying lie.
Right.
She's saying to lie. She said, go into a website and put a fake zip code so you're most likely going to be matched around more rich people. So lie about where you are in order to try to scam a man that has 6 figures or better. Okay, this is awesome.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised though?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I ain't surprised. I ain't surprised one bit.
Wow.
That area, like little things that you can
like
do,
little white lies,
completely up
little
your
white lies.
And, like this guy is so stupid. Because
he's so stupid. You know what? We should have played a game before this fucking video started, and every time she said like stupid or like dumb or like ew or like, we should have took a drink.
Right.
We'd all be drunk as a skunk right now.
Man, we'd be so obvious. Yeah.
We would be drunk right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
This isn't me being nice. This isn't me saying wonderful things.
No, you haven't said wonderful things
who make
at
over
all.
$100,000 a year, who would love to be with a 35-year-old woman with a 13-year-old kid. Like he would find that relatable. Like maybe he has a kid from another relationship, or he's divorced and didn't get a chance to have a kid with his former wife because she was like infertile or something. Like you don't like. There's so many scenarios in life that like your kid doesn't even need a babysitter. Like you guys could go on a date at any time. I mean, like for him to act like a 13-year-old son when you're a 35-year-old woman is some big burden. It's delusional and it's psychotic. Like
no, some people just don't want to deal with people that have kids. Some people just don't want to deal with people that have kids, and that's okay. And another thing that she's leaving out is that she also mentioned, and Kevin Samuels mentioned this multiple times, that the woman has a shady baby daddy. That's baggage. Nobody wants to deal with baggage either, and that's perfectly okay because there's people out there that don't mind the baggage. We're talking about an audience that doesn't want to. We don't have to just accept women as who they are because they have some kind of divine right that we either take it or leave it. We get to pick you motherfuckers just like y'all pick us.
Facts. All right. If I have to stop this one more time in the next 6 minutes, we're done.
You may as well just be done. You know you're going to have to stop it.
I know, but you know what? It's like a car wreck, bro. You see it coming and you just want to watch that shit blow up, right?
Facts.
I mean, it would be one thing if you were 22, but you're 35. Like, it's almost to the point where you would start to be kind of viewed weird if you haven't been married or had a kid yet at that point, because then it's like, are you feminine at all? Like, are you even interested in motherhood? Are you even interested in marriage? Like that would raise just a whole nother level of questions. So don't turn to guys that don't care about you and that hate you for advice.
Such harsh words.
And don't turn to losers. Like this, like the advice that this guy is giving.
Black men
it
are
sounds
losers.
like a cartoon character. And actually, I want to connect a channel or put a link to a channel called The Pink Pill that I actually saw an interview with a real millionaire. And it makes me so mad because the whole time I was watching this interaction with the dating coach talking to the average looking woman, I was like, he sounds like he's like it sounds like he's thinking of the cartoon character of a rich guy. And then the interview that this woman called the Pink Pill channel did with this actual millionaire about this situation, he said the exact same thing.
Yeah, he was ugly. I'm done. I can't do
Okay, let's just address that last thing. The last couple things.
All right.
First of all, she did the whole Noah Cyrus, Candace Owens thing. She attacked Black women's femininity. You know what I'm saying? She said, "Are you even feminine? Do you even want to have kids?" Blah, 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 blah. You know, so she got those dog whistles out. Then she mentioned a cartoon character with a rich guy. Well, it just so happens that I grew up on a cartoon character with a rich guy. DuckTales from Disney. Scrooge McDuck never acted like anything that she's describing right here. Never. What's another
Richie Rich, but
Richie Rich.
His dad was never around, so
right. So this lady is literally just talking nonsense out of the side of her ass. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, at the end of the day, look. At the end of the day, when you watched it, Richie Rich, the parents were always gone, and the butler quite literally raised the boy.
Right.
And she's saying, yeah, there's millionaires out there that want to take your, even the cartoons don't agree with you. That one, like, are you serious? Like, out of here. Like, right. Okay. But look, at the end of the day, man, yeah, I can't do this shit no more.
This
is, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Let's stop that. Put a side by side. There we go. All right. Oh man. All right. So at the end of the day, if there's anybody that would like to call up and conversate about this, put in their 2 cents. Again, you have to be on HAPS, HAPPS. And you're more than welcome to come up and speak and give us your opinion. Whether you agree with us or you disagree with us, we don't mind. We want to hear.
Right.
And I'm just interested. I'm interested in how you guys feel about this video, because I'm going to tell you that I think that this was absolute poppycock. It was total bullshit. That's just my personal opinion. Okay?
Yeah.
I could be wrong. And the thing is at the end of the day, when I watched the video, like I went in there because I'm actually been over this whole thing of everybody down in the Kevin scene. Like at this point, I think it's just old and they're just drawing it out in order for people to have content. But when I saw this video, it had nothing to do with anything she said, because if you notice, she didn't really say anything. No. My biggest issue was the dog whistles and the code wording and her blatant attempt to try to hide her disdain and her contempt for Black folks.
Facts.
That's what really took it over the edge for me, where I was like, you know what, we're gonna talk about this shit.
When I looked at this video, I knew exactly what it was gonna be. I knew exactly what it was. And then when I looked at her channel and saw the titles of all of the other videos and all of that stuff, it confirmed it.
Right. I was I kind of looked around. I was listening to it, and then I just started, while I was listening, I was kind of going through her, her videos, and I was like, oh, okay. Now we're taking advice from a female who was advocating for Kyle Rittenhauer to get out of prison and get bail.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, that tells me pretty much everything I need to know. You know what I mean? And I was like, this shit is absolute bullshit. So, okay, so I'm over this broad, and it was absolutely horrendous to have to keep on dealing with that and listening to that. It was like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, I was about to say that was rough.
Yeah, it was. It was terrible. Food for thought. What's up, brother? You missed it,
what
man.
Up, food for thought?
You missed it, bro. You missed the dog whistling white woman, pretty much shit on black men, and this is a type of stuff that I don't think, it's hard to figure out, is this woman a closeted racist, or is she just so wrapped up in her own life, and her subconscious racism just literally came out and shined in that video?
No, it's both.
You think it's both?
It's both, absolutely. Yeah.
Explain that. What you mean by it's both? Because
okay, go ahead.
Because because I don't know her. If she was to say something like, if I was to talk to her and I was to ask her, so are you racist? Because that video that you put up was clearly probably the most racist dog whistling I've seen on a video in my whole entire life.
I can tell you exactly how she would answer that question.
How?
If you walked up to her and asked her, are you racist? The first thing she would do is flip all the way out, flip it on you, be like, why are you asking me if I'm racist? Why? Because I'm white. You're really the racist. You're really the problem. And then there would be no conversation after that. Like that's literally how she would deal with that. I would be willing to bet my heart. I would give my heart while I'm alive for an open heart transplant. That's how she would respond. That's how confident I am that she would say that.
Yeah, I'm not saying unconscious racism. I said subconscious racism. I don't believe that there's unconscious racism either. I think it's subconscious. You know what I mean? And when I say subconscious, I'm not going to say anything that's clearly racist, right? And so when she's thinking, when she's talking, you know what I mean? And this is another reason why I think she was having so many problems figuring out which words to say. This is why I think she's closeted racist. Now I've seen her husband. Her husband also has a website. A YouTube. Okay. Now I would say that he would probably be more so subconsciously racist, legitimately. You see what I'm saying? Her, I have this feeling that she is closeted racist. She knows it's not a good look. And so because of that, she has to keep her mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so because the husband actually said something, he said, and he seems like he's the more stringent believer in God. Like he seems like he's the guy that really believes in God, and she just acquiesces to the whole Christian ideal, right? Mm-hmm. He seems like, because what he says makes more sense than what she says, right? Like he says, I don't believe in race. I don't even really like race. The word race.
Colorblind.
No, he doesn't say he's colorblind. And that's one thing that I give him kudos for, because I went through a couple of his videos. What he says is, I don't like the concept of race. It's too vague. And I get him. and he said it's just a concept that we've created. And then he went on to explain that because he's a Christian and because he believes that there was a literal Adam and Eve, and that this literal Adam and Eve was quite literally built in the image of God himself, that we are all the same people, quite literally. We are different. We are all the same, but what makes us different is quite literally what separates us from animals. You see what I'm saying? So he says that, you know, the only difference between black people and white people, in his opinion, is, you know, phenotypes and skin color and hair texture. Right. He says outside of that, no, I don't think we're different. He doesn't say black people are low IQ. He doesn't say, you know, I think if he were to do a video and it came off racist, I would definitely say, well, you're definitely like subconsciously racist, right? It's not like this closeted thing that you're trying to hold, you know, against anybody. I do think he has racist tendencies, because he does clearly, in certain things that he's put out, he clearly has a problem with Muslims. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But outside of that, I think it's more of the religion that he doesn't like. I can't tell, you know what I mean? Like when you start getting into the point where I don't like people because of the religion, so is it your religion or is it the color of their skin and their religion?
It's both. When it comes to that kind of thing, when it comes to that whole Christian-Muslim dichotomy, you know what I'm saying? You have all the problems and you know, the whole political thing. So they got politics, which is one of the reasons, you know what I'm saying? Everything that's going on in the Middle East, we have allies over there fighting with people in the Middle East. Then there's the whole Bible aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of both. You know, and I don't know, man. Like I don't know. Me personally, I didn't see her husband's YouTube page. I didn't see his videos, but in order for him to put up with a woman like her, he has to have some tolerance of, you know, her aspect of racist BS. So it's not like he's out here disagreeing with her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I definitely get you. Go ahead, Pat. You're welcome to come up. You know what I mean? I don't think. Yeah, but I think she is. I really do.
For sure. She's certified.
Yeah, she let out every single dog whistle there possibly could have been. Mm-hmm. Possibly could have been. Like every single dog whistle that was there, it was clearly there.
Yep.
So, let's go with Pat Voss. Everybody, if you guys don't already know, this is Pat Voss. How you doing, Pat?
Good, man. Hey, I got a quick update for you before I go into what I was about to just say about the religion versus the skin tone or skin color, as far as the reason you're not liking someone. The quick update is that I have been sponsored now by Randy Horton on here to attend as media the 2021 Summer Olympics in Tokyo, Japan.
Hey, how did you do that?
So Randy was just nice enough to, when I was talking to him and talking about my broadcasting career, he basically said, listen, if you sponsor my show and you're plugging my show while you're doing some of the live streams and I'm your sponsor, then I will gladly pick up the bill on not only the shirts to sponsor me, but also the flight to and from Tokyo, Japan. And my girl, Candy Sakai, that is a photographer in Tokyo, is also covering as media for there, and she's getting me my media pass.
Oh, that's right. That's cool. Congratulations.
It was crazy as hell. The last 24 hours have been crazy. But on the point, what you're saying about hating someone or not liking someone based on, excuse me, just because you're not liking someone if it's religion based. Myself as an atheist, I see it like even when I was a Christian, I saw it as not liking another religion, not purely liking someone, not or disliking someone because of the color of their skin. For me, it's never actually been about that personally, but I know plenty of people do that and try to make a cover up by saying religion. But for me, when I was a Christian, I was so brainwashed to thinking Christianity was correct that that I would look at people that were Muslim or Buddhist or Hindu or what have you, and I was looking at that and going, those guys are so wrong, and look at all that hate they preach, and look at all them, and look at all that, and that was the real reason I didn't like other people that preached other religions, strictly because I thought they were dead ass wrong, and I was taught that they were dead ass wrong, and so then when I started realizing that was incorrect, I was like, holy shit, I can't believe I was doing that. But plenty of people I know give excuses of religion to say I don't like someone because of their skin color. So I've seen that happen more often. I'm kind of my mindset and your mindset maybe is maybe like an exception to the rule, but the rule seems to be cover up the racism or cover up the racial hate by saying it's about their religion.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is he didn't cover up any kind of racial hate. Like he didn't try to cover it. He was actually debating a white supremacist. And he laid out his fundamental ideas about race, and he felt the concept itself was an inadequate concept. So I understand that. You see what I'm saying? And so because of that, I was like, okay, I can see his point. Have you heard of Abby Johnson? No, should I have heard of Abby Johnson? Have you guys ever heard of Abby Johnson?
Abby Johnson? Never heard of her.
Okay. Let me see. So I never look at it that way. If you think the Doors suck, I will think you suck. Well, the Doors weren't as good as everybody. They're a little bit over.
Well, just because their lead man was crazy, he was nuts. So
right.
that was the hype. That was the attraction to it.
He was a little overrated, bro. Don't like Morrison was a little overrated, but I mean he was good. She tried to justify her half-black son potentially getting killed by cops.
Wow.
Hey, can you switch me out to the main thing, and then I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Why? How did she try to justify it? How did she do that shit?
Sad.
Look her up on YouTube. Abby Johnson. Okay. So I when we come back, after I look her up, I am going to I'm going to check. I'm gonna actually talk about something. So let's look her up. YouTube, Abby Johnson, Black Sun. Okay. Black Sun. And should I put YouTube on it? YouTube. Oops. YouTube. All right. It's smart to racially profile. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord. Ah, shit. Okay, you know what? I hate to say this. I'm about to play this. All right. All right, let me take this down real quick. Stop sharing. Let's go here, present. Let's go. Wait. Oh, shit. That's not the one that I want. Let's Stop sharing that. Let's go. All right, so I am going to. Is it 15 minutes? I'm going to play the short one. I'm going to play a short one. Let's hear what Roland Martin got to say about her, shall we? All right, so let's listen to what Roland Martin got to say real quick.
20 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov.
No charcoal grills are allowed.
I'm white. I got you, huh?
Illegally selling water without a permit
On my property.
Whoa! Hey!
I'm uncomfortable.
One of the other speakers last night who spoke out against abortion, well, she also made a video that endorsed racial profiling of her own son. Abby Johnson adopted a biracial child and says she is confident that he is more likely to be criminal than her white sons.
I see that there is a disproportionately high number of African-American males in our prison population for crimes, particularly for violent crimes. So statistically, when a police officer sees a brown man, like my Jude, walking down the road, as opposed to my white nerdy kids, my white nerdy men walking down the road, because of the statistics that he knows in his head, that these police officers know in their head, they're going to know that statistically, my brown son is more likely to commit a violent offense over my white sons. Okay? So the fact that in his head, he would be more careful around my brown son than my white son, that doesn't actually make me angry. That makes that police officer smart because of statistics.
That's a hell of a vetting process, Janelle. Go please go ahead.
Oh, I think this is exactly why, when we were talking in the earlier segment about statistics, why we need to report more cases of profiling or police brutality versus just kind of turning a blind eye to it, so that we can change the narrative. Because what she was saying is that whether it's right or wrong, due to the fact that this narrative is being pushed and these statistics are out here, that we can kind of count on this type of reaction, whether it's right or wrong. I don't know exactly where she was going completely with all of that, but I just think it speaks to why we need to make sure that we do pay attention to changing the narrative around these statistics and changing the statistics in general.
No, Robert, she's stupid. What she's saying is that, well, because of the stats, in his mind, that's like me saying, well, you know what? Most serial killers are white men. So when I encounter a white guy, in my mind, I'm thinking he wants to sit here and kill everybody up in the room. That's how idiotic she sounds. At no point does she say, maybe the problem with the officer is what he should do is properly observe her son. And if her brown son is doing nothing wrong, then don't pull his ass over in search of something he did wrong.
Well, look, Ro, I don't know how seriously you can take somebody who has a Vanilla Ice shirt, quote on her T-shirt from Ice Ice Baby. So let's take all this with a grain of sand.
That was a hit.
Okay, you know what? I gotta watch that whole thing, bro. I gotta watch that whole thing. I gotta watch the whole video now.
Damn.
I gotta watch the whole.
She really says statistically, she's not mad if her kid who is dark skinned gets more cautiously observed by police than her white nerdy kids.
And they said men.
Oh, excuse me, white men, right? White men but it's her. But she called her one kid by the kid's name.
Yeah,
man, what the fuck is? Sorry, pardon me.
I'm awestruck right the fuck now.
I saw your face. Your face. I don't know if I was making the same face, but shit, man. I saw your face and I saw what she was saying. I was like, what is going on here? It's like, come on, lady.
I am.
How stupid are you? Now, do you agree with what Roland Martin said in response, saying that she's just fucking stupid and she is talking, and she's not saying the right things?
No. Roly Poly Martin is a dumbass. I mean,
because
I'm
honestly,
looking for it. It's 15 minutes, bro. I can't find the 15-minute long one. I'm looking for it. 6:45. I can't find the original.
Yo, food for thought. If you can, drop the original link in the chat.
Let me see. Maybe it's this one. Maybe I can replay it. I can play it off of somebody else.
The way she was pausing too was weird. The lady was like, I said the way she was pausing too was really weird. She was like pausing in between and like almost like she had to figure out what the fuck she had to say, even though you knew what she was thinking. But it's like she had to pause in between every 5 words.
She was trying to make this higher meaning, trying to make her point be more like a more real point.
Right.
Abby Johnson, Black Sun, original. I'm gonna look for this original. Smart to profile, racially profile. Can y'all see me?
I can see you, but you're in the corner. Like right now, I'm on the big screen. You're in the corner.
Good. They can look at your ugly mug for a minute.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anything I can do to help. All right.
Welcome to my ugly ass, pasty ass at 3:45 in the morning.
I am not finding it. I'm like literally going down like all of these. Wait, let me see. Abby and the Black baby daddy culture. Oh, I swear to God. This broad is clearly cringe. Okay, I found it.
All right. Now
I think I found it. I think I found it. So here we go. Let's watch, shall we? All righty. So all right. So people, be ready. Okay, for some odd reason. All right. I don't know why. Oh, well, we just need to be able to hear it. Okay, let's do this. I am so prepared to hear this.
I haven't known if I should
Can y'all hear it?
talk about this or not, because I'm going to be honest with you. As you can all see, I'm a very white person. And I have found that as a white, conservative, non-woke person, When I speak on racial issues, my voice isn't wanted. But then when I'm silent on the issues, I'm told that I need to speak. And so as a white person, I feel like I don't really know what to say. I have Black friends who absolutely love Candace Owens and her voice, and I have just as many Black friends who hate her. And so, it's hard to know as a white person sort of how to navigate this. And so I've sort of felt like my voice isn't wanted in this conversation. But you know what? I've decided that I can't be quiet about it. You know why? Because as many of you know, I have a biracial son. His name is Jude. And he is just, in my opinion, the most adorable little brown boy you will ever see in your life. He looks like he has a perpetual tan. He has the most gorgeous hair on the planet. And he loves his brown skin. He talks about it all the time. His brothers talk about how he has brown skin and they have peach skin, and they talk about their differences lovingly, and I love it. And it's a constant source of conversation in our home, and they love to talk about their differences, and it's a beautiful thing. And I've got 5 boys. I have 8 children, but I have 5 boys, 3 girls. And as a mom of 5 boys, and one of those boys being biracial, I recognize that I'm going to have a different conversation with Jude than I do with my brown-haired, little Irish, very, very pale-skinned white sons as they grow up. Because right now, Jude is an adorable, perpetually tan looking little brown boy. But one day he's going to grow up and he's going to be a tall, probably sort of large, intimidating.
Why is he discussing the color of his skin at home? Because she hasn't done her proper due diligence about teaching him about who he is already. That's why.
Perpetual tan. What the fuck? She said it like 3 times.
Right. Perpetual tan.
It's called melanated. Perpetual tan. Jesus Christ. If I talked about my fucking daughter that way, people would be in an uproar because I'd be a fucking moron for doing that.
Yeah.
Perpetual tan. I'm sorry. Sorry. That pissed me off. I think I said it while I was muted. I yelled it at the fucking screen. What do you mean perpetual tan? Anyways, go ahead.
And
I'm going to mute myself.
No, I get it. And this is why I'm one of those advocates of saying you should always place a black child in a black home if you can, first and foremost. This. Okay, let's play.
Well, sorry.
No, go ahead. What you want to say?
Just very briefly, like, and I couldn't actually agree with you more, not because I'm anything like this fucking woman, but at the same time, I don't go through what my daughter would go through on that side of her family. And so I'm glad that her mother, her grandmother, her aunts, people that understand that are the ones that are talking to her about that, because how am I going to educate her on something I have no fucking clue about? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. Sorry, I was this lady. I may have to take off my headphones eventually because this lady's starting to piss me off, to be honest. And I don't get mad at YouTube videos very often, but this lady's starting to piss me off.
Let's see where this is heading.
Dating looking maybe brown man. And my other boys are probably going to look like nerdy white guys. And so I realized that I'm going to have a different conversation with Jude than I do with my nerdy white kids. And that doesn't make me angry. And many of you would say, that should make you angry, Abby, but it doesn't make me angry. You know why? Because I look at statistics over emotion. Okay? Now, I'll tell you what does make me angry in a minute. But right now, I'm going to look at statistics over emotion. Okay?
And before she goes over her statistics that she looks at over emotion, I want you guys to pay attention to her statistics that are going to quite literally only be maybe the past 20 years when we're talking about this shit. It's not going to be statistics throughout time. It's going to be statistics in the last 20 years in order to make her argument valid. Okay?
What I missed. Let me just guess. This is a white lady with a mixed kid that's downplaying the fact that her kid is actually mixed, not like a darker white person. Her kid's not Italian.
It's a white woman who has an adopted mixed child who does not have a problem. She does not have a problem with that her son is going to be racially profiled by police.
And has called her son many times perpetually tan. Like 3-4 times.
They should remove that child. She's not fit to be the mother of him.
Yeah. So we just gotten into it. We're about 4 minutes in. And she's about to give us the statistics that she wants to give. And I again want to posit to everybody, make sure you pay attention because those statistics are going to probably be based upon the last 20 years and that's it. So let's listen to the statistics that she gives us.
Statistically, I look at our prison population and I see that there is a disproportionately high number of African American males in our prison population for crimes, particularly for violent crimes. So statistically, when a police officer sees a brown man like my Jude walking down the road, as opposed to my white nerdy kids, my white nerdy men walking down the road, because of the statistics that he knows in his head, that these police officers know in their head, they're going to know that statistically, my brown son is more likely to commit a violent offense over my white sons. Okay?
Can we stop that real quick?
So the fact that
so she's more concerned about her son committing a violent offense than being the victim of one. Let's just play it out and say that the statistics are accurate. She's more concerned about her son possibly committing the violent offense than possibly being the victim of a murder or a robbery or a beatdown. That's nice. You know what I'm saying? That's nice.
And before you came back, Izzy and I were talking about real quick about the comment she made in the shorter version of the video we watched a few minutes ago. The comment that she made about how it's her white men, and then calls her mixed kid by just his name, and then keeps rattling off these fucking statistics. And it's really downplaying. And I said before you came back too, Rob, that I don't really want to rehash it because it pisses me off. But I will say that when she was talking, she's like, yo, basically it's okay for this to happen. It's okay for these statistics to be what they are because I'm okay with it. And I've had the wrong kind of conversation with my kid. That's basically what she's telling. She's telling on herself that she's had the wrong fucking conversation with her kid all day, every day, and is okay with bullshit statistics.
I don't know what's worse. The fact that she's, quote, okay with that, or the fact that 98% of America actually feels the same way that she does, and this is what we're dealing with.
Well, no, that's more. Yeah, that's definitely a fucked up thing with it because of that's true, because it's such a high percentage of the U.S. that actually thinks like this fucking dumbass. Yeah. I told Izzy, I said, man, normally I don't do this, and YouTube videos don't normally like piss me off. Like maybe a little bit, I might yell at something later and be like, oh, I can't fucking believe this idiot. But with her, it gets me down.
I've actually had a conversation similar to this with a coworker. She's a white woman who had a mixed child, and her thought process was very much in line with this woman here, and she felt that I was racist because I wanted her. Well, I didn't want her. It's not my kid. She can do whatever she wants, but I was advising her to teach her kid like the realities of how the world actually works. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to teach your kids about statistics. Like, let's talk about the statistics of they might not survive a police encounter. Let's talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Because of the quote perpetual tan or whatever. You know what I'm saying? She don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to call me racist and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, despite the fact that I have 40 fucking years of experience being fucking black in the United States. Clearly, that doesn't mean shit because she didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? Which, again, is 98% of the population with that mind frame. So how do you get anything done? How do you deal with anything? She shouldn't be allowed to adopt that kid. It's real important for kids to be able to identify with their cultures and know exactly what they're facing as they go into the world. And like, to me, this is something that really not only puts this kid at an unfair advantage, but it puts him in danger.
Well, it does, because it's so misfucking leading with listening to her and her bullshit ass statistics. Listening to her shit, this kid absolutely will get pulled over in that because he thinks he's going to grow up thinking he fucking deserves it. And that's the difference between that and a parent who actually gives a fuck about their kid that would tell them, listen, yes, like you said, Rob, statistically, they might not survive a police encounter. And that's reality, right? And that should be the shit being taught. But like you said, but with her, it's like she doesn't give a fuck that he's going to get pulled over and that he'll more than likely
it's okay.
That's beat. It's okay because and he deserved it. And that's some shit that I think that's why that, like with your coworker, Rob, that's why that shit would fuck with you, because you, like you said, 40 years old, you're not changing the fact that you've been black your entire life, and you're not trying to tell her like, oh my God, by the way, but you're trying to give fucking life advice. Like, hey, yo, you don't know anything about this kind of life advice, and I'm trying to help you out. So anybody that's not willing to hear it,
right.
I mean, you should just be willing to walk the fuck away from that situation, not from you. I'm saying from having a kid dealing with that, because they're not obviously ready to do that.
Right, and I agree. And the thing is, let's use the no white guilt.
My bad.
Let's use the no white guilt argument, right? Like, okay, so I'm not guilty of shit because my parents never owned slaves. Well, guess what? This kid might not ever be a criminal, so he's not guilty and shouldn't have to be subject to those statistics.
Right, exactly. It's never about dropping the other shoe, right?
Yeah,
it's about fucking seeing one perspective.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
So I'm going to reserve my comments for the end.
Did I say something wrong or something? My bad.
No, I'm just going to reserve my comments for the end.
All right. I'll mute myself.
Let's continue.
In his head, he would be more careful around my brown son than my white son. That doesn't actually make me angry. That makes that police officer smart because of statistics. Now, if he treats my brown son more violently than my white son, that makes me angry. But if he's on more high alert with my brown son than he is my white son, that doesn't make me angry, because that's just smart because of statistics. Okay. Now, if he acts in an unjust manner toward my brown son than my white son, that makes me angry. But statistically, if he's on more high alert,
that is unjust, you stupid, dumb bitch.
I'm not angry about that. So I recognize that I have to have a different conversation with Jude. I recognize that I'm going to have to talk to him about how to behave when he gets pulled over and how to be maybe extra cautious when he gets pulled over as an adult. How he walks down the street, how he talks to a police officer if he's approached by a police officer. I get that. And that just made me angry. What makes me angry is the why. Why are the statistics the way that they are? I started doing a little digging because I'm a researcher by nature. And part of my education is to be a researcher. I'm almost done with my doctorate in clinical counseling. And so part of that degree and my master's is in clinical.
Can we pause this real quick? So this lady, who is a fucking moron when it comes to these issues, is a counselor. She's a counselor. She deals with other people's supposed fucking problems, and she can't see the own problem in her own fucking home. Isn't that funny? That's hilarious that she said, I'm about to finish my doctorate in as a counselor. It's like, what? How do they let you fucking pass that? Anyways.
I'm just sort of a research nerd. So I look at a lot of research. So I started looking at research about fatherhood because I believe that the primary reason that we see a lot of the illness in our society today, and one of the reasons that we're seeing a lot of what's happening today in our society is because of fatherlessness. Because fathers have not stood up and they have not taken their place in the home. And particularly in Black homes. And I knew that the previous statistic had been that 70% of Black homes were without fathers. And so I started researching, I started looking to see if that statistic had gotten better, if there had been an improvement. And I found, unfortunately, it had not. That 70% has maintained pretty steady over many years. And so I started looking at these different fatherhood initiatives. I remember Denzel Washington had been part of that fatherhood initiative. I remember, there were other Black actors and male activists, Black male activists that had been part of that. And I started looking and I realized that their voices had really been silenced. And I started wondering why. So I continued to research. I continued to look up what was going on. And I found out what happened. There are these activists in the Black community who are trying to redefine what Black fatherhood is. Now, this is what makes me angry. And this is what should make you angry. This is what should make the Black community angry. Okay. There are studies out there that are trying to redefine Black fatherhood. They are essentially saying that the 70% number is a lie because Black fatherhood looks different than white fatherhood. That Black fatherhood actually does look like a Black man coming in and out of the home and not being a consistent presence in the home. And that version of fatherhood is equivalent to a white father being consistently in the home. Okay, I don't want to cuss on here, but that is BS. And that is racist. Children, no matter their skin color, deserve the consistent presence of a father in their life. Black fathers do not get a pass just because it is culturally different. Just because Black fathers don't want to be in the home, and culturally it has been acceptable for them to be with multiple women.
Oh. Oh.
I want to give a shout out to her for doing that with a straight face and looking so serious and saying all of that bullshit and keeping a straight face and not letting out one giggle. She didn't let out one giggle. Bro, I bet you she can go like a whole week without taking a piss or a shit if she held in the laughter like that. You know what I'm saying?
This is a researcher. This bitch is a researcher. Oh yeah,
she's a researcher by nature.
Oh yeah, we gonna go through this. Let me just let her keep on fucking saying what she gonna say. Oh, we gonna get into this shit.
I saw Rob the minute she goes, that's racist, and Rob just laughed his ass off. Back of the thing muted. I see him in the tiny corner.
Yeah.
There's a lot behind that shit.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen to the remainder of this fucking dumbass. Okay, let's keep on going, shall we?
First of all, women, Black women, you deserve better than that. You deserve a man who is going to father a child with you and be with you in the home with you and your child. Number one. Second of all, your children deserve to have a father who is going to consistently be with you.
Hold on. Hey, you can't hear the video. It was chopping there for a sec.
Period. Black children do not deserve a lesser father simply because they are Black. White children do not deserve a more consistent presence in the home just because they are white. That is racism. But that's what's happening. That's what's happening in research institutions right now. They are trying to redefine Black fatherhood because they don't like that 70% stat. So instead of setting the bar higher for Black fathers, they're simply redefining fatherhood in the Black community. That's crap. If Black America wants to start writing and talking about something, this is it. This is it.
I knew she had a
Our
deeper
prisons
point.
are disproportionately filled with Black men because of this 70% statistic. Mark my words. It's not because of bad cops. It's because of bad dads.
Well, goddamn.
You want to jump on board with something? Jump on board with that. 70%. 70% of these dads are walking out on their babies. I'm not making an excuse for bad cops. There are bad cops out there, but not 70% of them. You want to end what's happening in these Black communities? Don't try to redefine Black fatherhood. That's not what's going to fix this. Redefining Black fatherhood will not fix what's happening right now. Defining it in the first place is what will fix this. Getting fathers back in the homes is what's going to fix this. Redefining the Black culture in general. Empowering women to make the decision that they deserve better than to be with a man who's going to run around on her, and that be culturally acceptable. That changes the culture. Yeah, we've got big issues right now in the Black community, but at the root of it, the root is not with bad cops. The root starts in the home. The root is at the family. If you want to solve this madness that's going on right here, right now in our society, that is where you start. Because what's happening right now with police and criminals and rioting and violence, that is just a symptom of what has been going on for a long time in the homes and the communities of our Black.
Okay.
Wow.
So basically what she was saying is the problem with the Black community is Black men.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, sure does.
Sound a little bit like what old girl was saying earlier. A little bit.
Yeah.
She get that shit, but see, the thing is, when Izzy was playing that, I heard her start talking about, like, she's talking about she's not woke at the beginning, and then fucking it circled back around to, if you're gonna protest about something, protest about this. And this is the kind of shit I knew there was a deeper fucking reason why she was bitchy and moany about it, because she's pissed off at the Black Lives Matter movement. That's what it is. She doesn't like that people are saying the words Black Lives Matter. She hates that, I think, deep down, and that is rooting in her bullshit to begin with.
She hates it so much. She wants to show America that Black lives don't matter so much. She went out and adopted her one to throw into the arms of the police to kill, to show how much she don't think Black lives matter.
God damn, man. I'll give it up to Izzy for even playing the end of that. He played the whole fucking thing.
All right, man. So I'm
a mute.
All right. So here's the thing. This new group that she's talking about, this group that's of protesters. Well, their name is the CDC. That's number one. Number two, they didn't redefine fatherhood. Number three, she clearly doesn't understand what that study was about at all. All right. So this is what it says. Okay. Yeah, Black fathers, the thing about these statistics is that people are not fully understood about these statistics. We talk about them a lot. You guys, anybody that comes to my shows on a regular basis actually know these statistics pretty well. So let's break this shit down. when you go and look up the statistics of, families and things like that, technically anyone that isn't married, you're single automatically. That doesn't mean that the father of the kids are inside the house or not inside the house. If you're not married, like the father could live inside the house. But if you're not married, you are put under the single mother list, right? So when she says, oh, black fathers are up and leaving and just having a whole bunch of babies, that's, again, more bullshit. Okay? Number two, she tries to say women should have options to have better men be around. Well, they also have options on whether they open their fucking legs or not. They also have the ability to use condoms or not. They also have the ability to use birth control or not. They also have the ability. See, again, we're taking all responsibility away from the mothers and putting all the responsibility on the fathers. Third thing that she tried to point out and she tried to make an excuse for is that because a black father is, in her opinion, because she doesn't understand the statistics, are not in the house, that when young men, young children, men, and older men are shot and killed by the police, somehow the father, the black father, who she's assuming isn't in the house, is responsible for the cop who pulled the fucking trigger. See, this is the type of fucking fuck girl shit that I be talking about when motherfuckers be trying to use these garbage ass statistics and they don't get them. The fact of the matter is this. Is there a large percentage of black men and women who are together that do not get married as much? Yes. Does that mean that the father is not in the home? No. Does that mean that the child does not see the father on a daily basis or even stays with the father and the father is actually with them? No. It means he's around. If you look in the CDC, you also find out that fathers, black fathers, out of all groups, have the most interactions with their children than any other group. 72%, 71.2%, something like that. Next highest is white fathers, which is something like 60%. Next highest after that is Hispanic or Latino fathers at right around 45%. In every single category, when it is talked about the experience with black children with their fathers, actually black fathers are in their lives, and this has been at a steady increase since 2013. Steady increase, and when I say steady, I mean a steady high increase. See, what she's not taking into account is black mothers or mothers in general, because we are seeing a lot more mixed race couples. What she doesn't bring up is the number of mothers who are literally holding their children for ransom, not allowing the children to see their fathers, holding some grudge, limiting the amount of time that children get to spend with their fathers.
Before we get too far down, I know you said earlier, hey, listen, she said, this lady on this video said that, black women deserve better men to be around, and then you had answered about closing your legs and using birth control, and they have the choice to do all that, and they're basically ranking off the choice onto the guys and only the guys, right? Or the consequences rather. So what I'm asking is, do you think she maybe feels that way? Because I've heard a lot of black women say we're the most hated, disrespected people on the planet, and mostly by black men. I've heard black women say that. Do you think them saying that gave her what she thought was an excuse to say some dumb shit that she said?
No, she feels the right. She feels like she has the right to say it because she's white. It's the "I'm white and I say so" mentality of most white people.
I had to ask because I've been in plenty of scopes before. I know this isn't scope, but I've been in plenty of scopes before where they've had those conversations, and I wonder if she's one of those dumbass people who have listened to those scopes and was like, "Oh, I take those seriously."
No, I mean, I don't really know, but what that was a display of "I'm white and I say so," because she thought she was coming with facts. She didn't come with any facts. At the end of the day, black men are in their children's lives, and you have a lot more black men taking girlfriends to court to get in part of their lives. When black men are not in their children's lives, they're not in their children's lives at all. It's just what it is. And we have more white fathers. What they found out was after white women get divorced from their husband, they found that more white fathers completely ignore or just completely just don't even spend any time with their kids. They leave their wife and they never come back. They don't come back for the kids. They don't try to spend any time with them. They don't have nothing to do with them because they're too busy having their new life and they're doing their new life. They found black men stay in their children's life, at least at a clip at right around 71.2, or it's like 70.2 or 71.2. This is straight on the CDC, and they fully explain it. They explain that they don't have the exact numbers on how many fathers are actually inside the house because they're not allowed to keep track of single women who live with the fathers of their children. They weren't allowed to take those numbers. They still aren't. You can look for those numbers. How many? You can look them up. They're almost impossible to find. Single black women who are just not married, but the father of the children are still in the home. They don't keep track of that. There's a reason why they don't keep track of it, is so they can keep on pushing the narrative of black fathers not being in the home. This is her narrative. At the end of the day, an absentee father, the idea of an absentee black father is a myth, and it's been debunked thoroughly. Do we have absentee fathers in the black community? Absolutely. We have them just like every single other community has them. I'm not saying that every single black father is like an angel. I'm not saying that by no stretch of the imagination. Let's not fucking think this. But what I am saying is there's a vast majority more black fathers literally trying to stay in their children's life than there are black fathers trying to run out, get with some other broad, and get them pregnant. Okay? It's not true.
Well, she kept trying to push that bullshit narrative, redefining black fatherhood, and it's like, who the fuck said that? Like, where did she get that bullshit from?
She's redefining it because she wants to push a narrative, and that narrative is I'm white and I say so, and I am the savior to the black community. She is playing the white female Jesus savior role.
Is he asleep?
I don't know. Hey, motherfucker, wake up. Yeah, he's asleep.
Yeah, you yelled that shit and he didn't move. Yeah, study. Yeah, right. What Food for Thought says. Studies said it, Pat. Yeah, studies. What fucking studies you looking at, bitch? Like, I've never seen a fucking study that's ever said 70% of black men are running out of the fucking home. I've never seen that, and I actually study shit. I've never seen that.
So here's the problem. She didn't do any real studies because had she done real study, she would have actually seen that this has actually been a problem with black men being killed by police, black men going into prison, black men being accused of crimes that they didn't commit, only to get put in prison to become part of the prison pipeline. Since 1866,
Right.
I'm gonna mute him real quick. And actually, I'm going to take him down. Okay. It's totally confirmation bias. The fact of the matter is this. Ladies and gentlemen, this problem with the police and black folks going to prison has been a problem in the United States since 1866. Let's not get it twisted.
Right after the abolition. Right.
Hold on, Pat.
I'm sorry, brother. Here, let me mute myself.
Started in 1866 with the black codes, it started in 1866, 1865, 1866 with pig law. Then it reiterated itself in 1968 with black code, codified itself with Jim Crow. When we're talking about the prison systems, if you look in the prison systems in 1864, you see that 95% of all people that were in any kind of jails or any kind of prisons in America were all white or some type of European. 1866, that completely changed, and it went from 91% all white European males to damn near 95% all black males. This was in order for them to do convict leasing. Anybody that understands convict leasing, it was another way to keep black folks on the slave plantations in which they were quite literally freed from. If they were not able to, this nigga just woke up. There you go. Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead.
Wakey, eggs and bacon.
This also was codified with this idea of what is it called? Sharecropping. Also, sharecropping was slavery 2.0. Convict leasing, sharecropping 3.0. I mean, slavery 3.0. If you look at the 13th Amendment, this actually backs up the claim of exactly what I'm saying. You became a free man from the 13th and 14th Amendment. You then became a slave again when you were put into the prisons. So when we're talking about this, we have to understand that this goes back way further back than this female's even saying. She's trying to make some sort of sense out of something. No, this started way back. This starts at the foundation. So then we move up between 18 when it goes from between 1865, 1866 all the way to 1968, what you have is Jim Crow, you have lynchings, you have what they like to deem to be riots, which were not riots but were massacres. Quite literally, this is what we always talk about: Tulsa, Oklahoma, Slocum, Texas, Wilmington, North Carolina, Arlington, North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, Rosewood, Florida. We got all of these. These are all massacres. This is white folks literally killing and lynching black folks for one reason or another, and sometimes no reason at all. These people have been trying to destroy the black family unit since we were freed from slavery. Quite literally.
Mm-hmm. There's the report on it right there.
Which one?
The Moynihan.
Oh,
the report.
There you go. You're right. If you want to make that big, please make it big. I'll actually take this. Yeah, there it is. Right. So then we had to deal with, all these massacres in all of our townships that we ever try to build. We had to deal with the government coming in and quite literally taking land away from black owners or black landowners. On top of that, we also, there in the South, you had a lot of things that a lot of people didn't understand way back then, right around the 1860s, 1866 to 1910 to 1920. Black folks owned between 10 million to 15 million acres of land in the United States of America. Today, we own less than less than like 1 million acres of land, something like that. We barely own any. We didn't lose this land because we made a whole bunch of bad deals. We lost this land because white folks who come onto our land quite literally kill usually the father of the home, then kick the woman out and literally take the land and then add it to his deed, literally. This has been shown, proven, it can be backed up. Then, on top of that, so you have lynches, you have massacres that were going on, you have white men that were stealing land. Then you had the laws. And you know what? I have permission to play this. And I'm going to. So, as long as, if you guys understand, this is actually, it's going to be, I've actually played this before. So, I've actually played this before, and I think it's really good to play, but I have permission to play this. Romney Malco has already given me permission to play any one of his videos personally, and I do. If anybody has a problem with this, I have the permission. So if anyone on this app, on Haps, thinks that I don't have permission, I do have permission from Romney Malco himself, quite literally, to use this information. So,
hey, I'm gonna let y'all play that. I'm gonna have to drop down. I'm gonna have to drop down.
So this is kind of important. So I'm going to play it because it kind of lends credence to quite literally what I've been telling people for a long time. Let me see if this is the one. I think it's this one. Yep, this is it. All righty. So I'm going to play this. Now, people, it's 19 minutes long, but I think it's very worth the 19 minutes. And I think right after this, I think I'll be done for the night. Well, I'll kind of go back down the road real quick, explain it, wrap it all up, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. I know my boy is over here. He's tired as fuck, and I get it. And we won't be on here for very much longer. But since that dumb broad opened up her stupid ass mouth, I am kind of forced to do this. All right. So with that being said, let's get into this. This is Romney Malco. It's called The Racket of Racism. All right. Everybody make sure you pay attention.
1777, Vermont issues the first ban on slavery. Rich people are like, so by 1804, all of the northern states within the U.S. were in favor of abolishing slavery. Now, this doesn't mean that every person in the North was an abolitionist, and it doesn't mean that every single person in the South was an anti-abolitionist. In fact, most people in the South were like, we don't own slaves. This is more about the wealthy people in the South not wanting to abolish slavery. So the wealthy people in the South band together. We ain't abolishing nothing. They band together and decided that they would withdraw from the Union, aka the United States of America. And in order to get more people on board with the idea of withdrawing from America, they had some pretty serious scare tactics in place. Lincoln is gonna free these damn niggers. They gonna rape your wives, kill your kids, then they're gonna kill you. They're subhuman. They don't think like us. Matter of fact, they don't think. They just kill. So a lot of people in the South believed that and voted in favor of seceding from the North. But a lot of other whites in the South were like, get rid of these damn slaves so I can get me a decent job. I can't compete with no free labor. I don't want to secede. I like being part of the United States of America. You still feel that way? So the Southern USA regarded itself the Confederate and attempted to separate itself from the Union. Only thing gonna be free around here is moonshine, boy. Get the picking. And as the abolitionists of the North stood their ground, the country grew divided. With the South steadfast on keeping slavery legal, the slave population grew bigger and bigger because the Confederate or the South weren't budging. But in the same way that we have the Tea Party, which is an extremist minority group of the Republican Party, back in those days we had Copperhead Democrats. They were a minority group of Democrats who wanted to end the Civil War. These fools were in favor of maintaining slavery, and they believed they could use slavery to save the Union. They were initially called Copperheads because of their snake-like tendencies, but with some savvy marketing, the Copperhead label became a symbol of liberty. This is why I stress branding is so important. No, seriously. So Lincoln fired some warning shots around 1862. He let the country know. He's like, if you do not side with the Union and free the slaves, I'm going to issue an executive order. Right now, Jimmy, right now. I'm going to count to 100. You do it right now. But the southern states were unified, and not one of them conceded. So in 1863, an executive order was issued by President Lincoln to free the slaves. The Emancipation Proclamation went into effect in every single state except for one. Guess who? Texas, Texas, Texas. It was ordered upon 10 of 11 Confederate states in resistance to the free slave movement. And it also insisted that the Army and Navy acknowledge escaped slaves as free men, recruit them, and pay them. Progress, baby! It took about a year, but they even got Louisiana on board, okay? I'm all over the place right now. I need fact checkers. Was it 10 or 11 Confederate states? Post it in the comments below. Please provide your source along with it. I love you. The Emancipation Proclamation technically freed 3 million slaves, but not really. Due to the resistance of the South, slaves still had to escape their masters and make it to a free state. Think of it more like a safe zone. Another option was for slaves to wait until the Union Army had occupied the state that they were enslaved in. Quick question, what type of slave do you think you'd be? The type to escape or the type to wait for the Union Army to occupy the state you were enslaved in? Some slaves started running for their damn lives. I had to pause this recording to shave my nose hairs. Where were we? It took a couple of years, but before you know it, there were about 3 million, 4 million free slaves. Now, this didn't mean that the country instantaneously embraced blacks. Oh, you're free. You're one of us now. No, actually, racism sustained until... Now, with the abolishing of slavery, wealthy folks were salty because without free labor, the Southern economy was hurting. For squirting, fine. I'm kidding. No, but seriously, the Southern economy was in trouble. Huh? And slaves were now homeless. Their flesh wounds still fresh, no money, no food, no medical assistance, basically no resources. Think the black, naked, and afraid with no camera crew and no whip scars. Delaware and Kentucky, slavery stayed legal in them joints right up until 1865. I'm going as fast as I can. Jeez. But meanwhile, in the background, an amendment to the Constitution was being crafted to officiate the ending of slavery. The 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment. It was passed by Senate in 1864 and came into effect December 1865. While everyone was celebrating the abolition of slavery, dealing with the aftermath of the Civil War, and protesting the violation of white rights, Congress's sneaky asses were slipping tricky language into the Constitution and stated though slavery was abolished, it would still be legal by punishment of crime. And just like that, the prison population went from 95% white males to 95% black males. How we let them do this? Just to be clear, while common folk were fighting against one another over the abolition of slavery or celebrating the abolition of slavery, political officials and wealthy slave owners were crafting a loophole. Like I said, some things never change. Anyway, just like that, oh, The prison population went from 95% white males to 95% black males. But how? How could you arrest that many black people so quickly? I'll tell you how. Black code and pig law. Let's break them down, starting with black code. Black marriage, legalized. Black ownership of property, legalized. Blacks were allowed some access to the courts, but could not testify against whites. Blacks were forced to sign long-term contracts with their former slave masters who still refused to pay them. So blacks would often work for their former slave masters for almost a year without pay. Blacks could not challenge their slave masters in the court of law because then they would have to testify against whites, which at the time was illegal. Blacks could not accept employment without approval from their former employer or slave master. Those laws were repealed in 1866, and in came pig law, which was the answer to the repeal of black code. Pig law went as follows: jobless while black, illegal, illegal. Loitering while black, illegal, illegal, illegal. Stealing bread while black, 5-year sentence. Blacks were like, man, we got to get out of here. So they started taking railroad cars to the north, but then the South got hip to it. Standing near railroad while black, illegal. Riding railroad cars while black, illegal. Basic misdemeanors came with extremely harsh sentences and fines. And if a black person couldn't pay those fines, they went to Bank of America and got a loan. No, they went to jail. Blacks were not allowed on juries. Most blacks couldn't afford to hire a lawyer. No blacks that I know of were afforded public defendants, which pretty much quadrupled the prison population and began the convict lease system. The convict lease system.
The convict lease system.
Starving homeless blacks, aka free slaves, were arrested and given harsh sentences, most of the time for menial crimes, then leased off by the county sheriffs and judges to coal mining companies, contractors of bridge and railroad repair, farmers, and quite often their former slave masters. And unfortunately, many freed blacks were arrested and died in captivity anyway. The death toll of legal slaves then jumped up to about 40 or 50% because it wasn't in the best interest of those who leased slaves to take care of them when they could just get a new one, like an iPhone or a toupee. So pig law and the 13th Amendment pretty much reversed everything the abolitionists had accomplished. And that drama sustained well into the Jim Crow era. If you've never heard of the Jim Crow laws, my fact checkers will provide that information in the comments below with their sources. Right? Thank you, fact checkers. Fact checkers, I got you. Sending some of y'all t-shirts. I love you. So blacks were like, forget this. And by the early 1900s, blacks had united in the northern part of Tulsa, Oklahoma, successfully establishing their own version of Wall Street. We're talking 30 plus grocery stores, 20 plus restaurants, 20 plus churches. No, not churches, chicken idiot. Movie theaters, schools, library, a bank. You know how hard it is to get your own bank? 2 prominent black hospitals, a post office, their own public transportation system. 6 of the black people in that community owned their own planes. And this was all black owned. $1 circulated in this community for up to a year before leaving the community. This black community in the northern region of Tulsa, Oklahoma was booming. Well, right up until the Ku Klux Klan caught up to it in 1921. We're talking air raids, leaving 3,000 African Americans in the community dead. This was the original Oklahoma bomb. Every business, every school, every church burned to the ground. The Ku Klux Klan even burned down the community's 2 hospitals. 3,000 African Americans dead. The puzzling thing is that the Oklahoma City bombing of 1995, which left 168 dead, is recorded as the worst terrorist attack to occur on U.S. soil. 168, 3,000, 168, 3,000. I agree. All lives should matter. Apparently, these 3,000 did not. The moral to the story is selective history pisses people off. It was like every time African Americans took a step forward, the hateful opposition would knock them a couple steps back. So here's what we have so far. We had all these united Americans, black, white, and everything in between, working to free the slaves, only to have freed blacks enslaved once again. A black community who worked so hard despite the opposition, built its own Wall Street, its own schools, its own educational system, its own bank, massacred, bombed, burned down. Let's see what my fact checkers came up with. The Jim Crow laws were segregation laws on the state and local level put in place after the Reconstruction period of the South. You know, anti-integration, keeping blacks out of politics, white schools and white women. Segregation of public transportation, restrooms, restaurants, water fountains. This is video? Why are you so stupid? So blacks started fighting to get into the white schools because without education and opportunity, life is pretty bleak. But them Jim Crow laws were like, hell no, hell no. The Jim Crow laws continued until they were overruled by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Damn, I was conceived just 2 years later. Yup, I grew up to Ivan Putski, Andre the Giant, and Jake the Snake Roberts. Y'all want to see some ugly hands? The 70s was so deep. 1971, that's right around the time Nixon declared the war on drugs.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
So John Ehrlichman, Nixon's chief domestic advisor, did an interview with Harper's Magazine in 1994. He spoke quite openly about why he and Nixon orchestrated the war on drugs. No embellishments whatsoever. This is what he had to say.
The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. And there you have it, straight from one of the creators of the war on drugs. I don't know, man. Sound like people got different definitions for democracy. Whoa, wait a minute. You're saying that the war on drugs was actually a war on hippies and blacks. Why would the news lie about that? Doesn't make any sense. That's just a conspiracy theory. This is America. Fact checkers, please. Wait a minute, fact checkers. If you want to win one of these beautiful t-shirts, just go to prisonlogic.com and post your facts there. Now, where was I? The war on hippies and blacks continues to this very day.
I think Nelson Rockefeller, the then governor of New York, got in on it too. He was like, give them life without parole, even if they were juvenile, with no chance of repeal. And that's how the mandatory drug possession charge became a minimum sentence of 15 years. You better get that money, 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 get that money. Before you know it, the whole country was on the bandwagon. Remember how I was talking about the convict lease system? Well, it was so profitable, it began to revive economies across the country, and every state wanted in. Big money prisons were gaining major influence on Capitol Hill. They began paying politicians to push for harsher laws and longer sentences, longer sentences. You better get that money, get that money, get that money, get that money. Here we were in the 1970s, and blacks, who had only made up 13% of the U.S. population, made up 41% of the prison population. Get that money. Put it like this: 1 out of every 4 black men went to jail. So while blacks and whites fought side by side to help blacks gain the right to vote, 1 in 4 black men were being incarcerated and revoked of their right to vote. Get it? Then came the 80s, the Reagan era. And this mug had the nerve to declare war on drugs. Talk about history repeating itself. Good Lord. So this go round, the Reagan administration labels the Sandinistas of the Nicaraguan government a socialist government that must be overthrown for democracy. To do so, the Reagan administration provided financial aid to the Contras, who were in opposition of the Sandinistas. But once the U.S. discovered that the Contras were also using drug money to fund their rebellion, U.S. Congress was like, and they cut off all funds to the Contras. Then Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, or whatever his rank is, comes up with what he labels a neat idea. He was like, we don't need Congress. We can sell guns to Iran. Take that money and give it to the Contras. Congress ain't got to know nothing. That's not going to be enough. So we got his boy, Oscar Danilo Blandon from Nicaragua. Oscar had drugs wholesale and a connect in California named Freeway Rick Ross. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North proceeds with this plan. We gonna act like we don't know. Let my boy Oscar bring his drugs into the USA. His connect, Freeway Rick Ross, is gonna push the drug to the most vulnerable black communities in California. Then spread to St. Louis, New Orleans, Texas, Kansas City, Oklahoma, North Carolina, South Carolina, Indiana, Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Ohio. Oh, I forgot Seattle. He'll take some of that drug money and use that to fund the Contras too. Boom! And we're back in business with Nicaragua. Democracy. I don't know. Fact checkers. Anyway, Oliver North eventually got busted. He served 3 years in prison. His connect and drug lord Oscar Danilo Blandon served 2 years and worked with the DEA to help bring down Freeway Rick Ross, who ended up serving 25 years because that's the black penalty for selling drugs in the United States of America. Was it 25 years? Fact checkers, I need your help, because I do believe that Freeway Rick Ross's sentence was 5 times longer than Oliver North and Oscar Danilo Blandon's sentences combined. I'm not glorifying Freeway Rick Ross for being so eager to sell out his own community, but I do think it's interesting that Oliver North, who orchestrated the whole thing, was able to sit in front of the Supreme Court and say, I thought it was a neat idea, and only served 3 years. How we let them do this? Guess who else served time? All the black drug addicts, mamas with crack baby, drug affiliates, etc. And that pretty much devastated much of what was left of the black community. It's so insightful how government has the ability to declare a war on drugs just before the drugs are pumped into the community. Black is beautiful, but black is also highly abused and highly incarcerated, has been since 1865. For instance, the convict lease system. The convict lease system has been so successful and so profitable that even private prisons are making a killing in the prison industrial complex. Did you know that the private prison industry lobbied for harsher and longer sentences and for the right to detain immigrants who were supposed to be deported? They spent $45 million bribing folks on Capitol Hill. $45 million bribing folks on Capitol Hill and in the mainstream media. Do you know what the private prison industry grosses per year? $5.1 billion. I could buy like 10 fishing kayaks with that. The profitable convict lease system is part of the reason that this war on drugs theme is so popular. Still, today, 1 out of 4 black men will be incarcerated. Luckily, out of the 4 black men in my family, I was the brother who went to jail, thank God. Well, me and Tijuana Jackson, that's why I'm crazy. Speaking of history repeating itself, I can't forget Bill Clinton's war on drugs. He signed the 1994 crime bill, didn't he? And his wife coined the term super predator, which basically means these damn niggers, super predator. They gonna rape your wives, super predator. Kill your kids, then they gonna kill you, super predator. They're subhuman, super predator. They don't think like us, super predator. Matter of fact, they don't think, which really helped beef up the prison population and the convict lease system. You know what? History ain't nothing but a one-trick pony. With all the opposition I've just mentioned, we have still managed to produce some of the world's top artists, some of the world's top entrepreneurs, some of the world's top athletes, a black president. How did I forget Kanye? Some of the world's top fashionistas. Y'all know what we need, right? Modern day abolitionists. Look at it like this. The more you buy into the concept that putting nonviolent people in jail for extreme amounts of time is a good idea, the more jobs you lose to the convict lease system. Sound familiar? Is history predictable or what? Look, it's really simple. While you're pointing your finger at immigrants, the very same politicians we allow to divide us are the ones who promote the campaign that help to beef up the convict leasing system and the prison industrial complex. Is it clicking a little bit? And the larger those industries grow, the smaller the job market becomes. I don't know about you, but I need my family protected from that dude who went to jail for smoking weed over a ping pong injury. I got to drink some water on that. Really though, it's the same trick over and over. Kick them out, arrest them, and make us feel safe. Here's another way to look at it, and I'm not being sarcastic. Actually, I am being sarcastic. The safer politicians claim they will make you feel, the less livelihood you have, the less job opportunities you have, the less of a future your children have. But hey, keep them pot smokers off the streets. History repeating itself. History is starting to look like a Ferris wheel. You should be assembling military uniforms. You should be building furniture for high-rise office buildings. You should be farming tilapia. You should be assembling headphones for the leading manufacturers. You should be molding dentures for dentists across the country. You should be upholstering chairs for furniture manufacturers. You should be transcribing textbooks into Braille. You should be producing frozen food for the leading fast food chain. You should be answering the phones at these call centers. You should be providing telecommunication services to America's leading cellular companies. You should be sewing lingerie for America's most adored lingerie outlets. You should be sewing those made in the USA tags onto garments. You should be taking reservations for America's top airlines and not for 26 cents an hour either. Oh yeah, that's what non-violent criminals get paid in prison. Yeah, that's right, 16 to 26 cents when you should be doing those same jobs for $16 to $26. So you see how it works, right? The convict lease system, the private prison industry invests as much money as it does in media because it needs you to buy into the narrative that the unjust incarceration of blacks who are given sentences up to 5 times longer than white offenders for the exact same crime is justified. You get what I'm saying? And the more you buy into it, the more you lose your job to non-violent offenders. And remember, this has been going on since 1865. And yes, we got black on black crime, we got white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, Latino on Latino crime. But think about this. If 1 out of every 4 men in your neighborhood, wait, let me do it over. So if 1 in 4, 25% of the male figure in your community were guaranteed to go to prison, and if it had been that way since 1865, and if that were the best ratio that had ever existed since 1865, do you think that going to gladiator school and coming back into the neighborhood could make you more violent? Think about this. Some parents don't send their kids to certain schools because they're worried about their kids being bullied or being picked on, and these dynamics can make their kids depressed, and it can also make their kids incredibly violent. Don't you think that that environment could have an influence on the way in which people behave when they get out of jail? No? Doesn't cross your mind? Yes? Talk to me. Anyway, that is the covert black history of the USA. And I think it's hypocritical to speak of American history without speaking about the prison industrial complex. If you would like to see more content that supports the truth, please click the link and show social media support for my up-and-coming movie, Prison Logic. Click that link right there. That one. Click that one. No, click this one. I want you to love me. Do you love me? Because I love me like the one above me. Let's not let history repeat itself again and again. Because every time history repeats itself, it ends up putting you out of money.
All right, so that's about the quickest I would have been able to put it out there. So I want to make sure that y'all saw that, y'all understand that. That was a really good breakdown of quite literally everything that's going on. Now, real quick, just to add a couple things. There was over 5,000 lynches from when they started keeping track of lynches in the 1900s. And that was before that was after there was already so many lynches. So we probably had close to 10 to 15,000 lynches. You know, we catch so much hell. So when you talk about violent crime, and when this woman tries to make this excuse about how violent Black folks are, quite literally, you just saw the breakdown of why, you know, in a lot of cases, why we're put in situations and what the obvious outcome is going to be. But also, when you talk about the violent crime of Black folks, Black on Black crime, and Black folks, it's okay to, you know, racially fucking profile Black folks and shit like that. You know, this is based off of false statistics only going back about 20, 30 years. If you go back further than that, and you go back from 1800 to now, you go back from the inception of this country, you go back just from the 1900s, actually you'll see that white folks is just as violent, if not more violent, than Black folks have ever been. As a matter of fact, in order for Black folks to catch up on white violence in this country, we would have to keep on committing all the crimes that we're committing every single day, or all the murders that we're committing every single year for the next 100 years. And white people would have to completely stop committing violent crimes. So the fact of the matter is, to sit here and to try to make it out to seem as if Black folks are just these hyper-violent people is absolutely bullshit. It's false. It's not true. Not only that, but we have the whole video that you just saw that we had to contend with during the whole time. The fact of the matter is this: Black folks have always had their families ripped apart. We've had our fathers taken out of our lives thanks to homelessness, the trickle down economics of Reagan, going back up to the 1994 crime bill, going up to, you know, 2000s, and, you know what I mean, and the mandatory minimums and things of that nature. We were uprooted and we were moved from place to place, ghetto to ghetto, because of the freeways that came in. Go look that up. Go look up where all the freeways are in the United States. You guys think I'm playing? Go look. It's between 1970 and 1977. Go look at all the freeways. The freeways are quite literally in old Black neighborhoods where they quite literally force Black business owners out of business, gave them a small little check of probably not even nearly what it was actually worth, built freeways all in those areas, and then put us in areas and then refused to give us a whole bunch of business licenses, business notes, business storefronts, things of that nature. So
that's like the freeway, right? That shit, the freeway.
Right. So this is quite literally the destruction of the Black economics. This is domestic terrorism, domestic economic terrorism, and this is quite literally the government and white folks doing everything they can every single decade to make sure that there is not a healthy Black family, that makes sure that Black men continuously are going in and out of prison, and you just heard why, and quite literally to make this argument in which that Black people are uber violent because they're out to kill kids, they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill your kids, they're gonna kill, you know what I mean? Like, this is quite literally what it is. So this woman is not as knowledgeable as she thinks she is. Quite literally not knowledgeable at all. Plus, on top of what I had said right before that, where she doesn't understand those statistics and what they were taking down, the information that they were taking down, compared to the information that they weren't taking down, i.e., yes, single mothers, but how many of those single mothers had their fathers inside the home living with them at the time? They didn't bring that up. Again, pay attention to this shit. See, if you really want to understand history, you have to really look at history. And guess what? For white folks, it's going to be very uncomfortable. And they will give you the confirmation biased ideas and rhetoric that they can possibly give to make sure that they don't have to take any kind of responsibility. This is why.
You sound like such a victim. You sound like such a victim.
Huh?
You sound like such a victim.
No, I sound like a motherfucker that's telling people the truth.
Facts.
Okay, you know what I mean? So see, because here's the thing, because despite all of those things that we have already lined out and I played the video for, despite everything, and I can keep on going because I got even more information now to hurt people's feelings. To if I really wanted to go out of my way, the fact of the matter is, despite all of these horrific things, domestic terrorism, the economic terrorism, and the vilifying of black men and all this stuff, guess what? Black men keep on standing up. Black men keep on fucking doing what they need to do. Black men keep on surviving and, you know, making it and doing awesome things. Black women keep on doing awesome things. As black people, we are a magical group. No matter what the fuck they do to us, we still look for a way. And then when they fucking cut us off, we go around that barrier, go over that barrier, go through that barrier, and guess what happens? We still fucking manage to make that shit work. So at the end of the day, when people want to sit here and try to make these claims like this woman did, you know it's all natural fucking bullshit, and all she's trying to do is trying to figure out a way to what was the term that we were using earlier? Signal. What was it?
Virtue signal.
Yeah, she was virtue signaling to all of her white allies to make sure.
Oh, you're talking about the dog whistle.
Dog whistle too. Yeah, dog whistle. You know, to all of her white allies to make sure that they was, you know what I mean, to make sure that they was like, you know, heard her, and they said, yeah, good job, we're with you, we'll fuck with you. Izzy, what is it you don't like with Roland Martin? I don't like Roland Martin. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes Roland Martin be right on spot, but Roland Martin is a individual who is paid off to keep people, mainly black people, on the Democratic plantation. Not saying that I'm not a right-wing guy by no stretch of the imagination. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Republican, but I'm an independent. And the thing is as an independent, I can see the problems with both sides, which means I personally believe that black folks shouldn't be in any group. They shouldn't be Republicans, nor should they be fucking Republicans or Democrats. So because of that, I don't like Roland Martin. On top of that, Roland Martin does not have our best interests, foundational black Americans. He doesn't have our best interests in mind. He has Africans as a roundabout term. You know what I mean? African Americans, you know, immigrant Africans and everybody. That's who he's looking out for. He's not looking out for, you know, foundational black Americans. He's part of the bourgeois club. So, right. You know, I mean, this dude is not looking out for us. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes he be spitting some real shit, but for the most part, he don't be spitting shit. He's not really. He's paid off. He's paid off by white folks, by his white mammy and pappy. You know what I mean? So that's really what it is. And you know, so I've given you guys the breakdown. I can get deeper into it, but it's 3:00 in the morning. We've been on here for what, like 4.5 hours already. You know what I mean?
Almost 5.
Right. And so we've given you a lot of shit to pay attention to.
4.5 for me, because I took a little paid break.
Right. Like we've given you a lot tonight. And if you didn't get to watch it all, go watch it. Go listen to the white woman who is spouting her bullshit, and black women are falling for the okie doke. Go listen to this woman talk all her shit, and you'll see that, you know what I mean, that shit is nothing but false information that she's trying to put out for people who don't like to do fucking real research. You see what I'm saying? And like, I'm trying to give you guys this information, not to be like, you know, fuck white people or anything like that. What I'm saying this is because if you don't understand what goes on, if you don't understand what's happening, you're doomed to fucking repeat it. Yeah. So
just like old boy was saying with the prison industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Absolutely. Right the fuck absolutely, bro. So, this information is really important. As a matter of fact, Romney Malco has a website. Everybody go check it out if you can. It's PEP, the PEP groups. It's People's Empowerment Platform. So just look up PEP, People's Empowerment Platform, and then put Romney Malco right afterwards. Put that in the Google search or whatever search that you're looking for. It'll come up. It's Life Management Tribe PEP Group, PEP Group. Sign up with them and join them, and help support what he's doing. Ronnie Malco is a good dude. He's trying to put out as much good information. He has information on self-reflection, making sure that you look at yourself, taking accountability, racism, prison industrial pipeline, prison, like the whole Prison Logic series. It's all absolutely great information. It can be verified, and a lot of the videos that he has, he has all of the links and everything, all the information, at least to look it all up so you can back up all the information that he puts up. Definitely check that out because he's a really good dude. He personally gave me permission to use all videos that I feel that I need in order to make sure the information gets out there. Like, he personally gave me he wrote me a letter and said I can use whatever I need to use, as much as I need to use for whatever platform I need to use it on. Okay, so this dude is he's fucking awesome, dude. So go support him also, for everybody that's paying attention. All right. And is there anything you want to put out there before we go out? I mean, because there's a lot that we talked about. So
we went over so much, you know what I'm saying, and we got plenty of time, you know what I'm saying, future broadcasts where we're just gonna break this stuff down to like the bare minimum, where it's no possible way for people to misunderstand anything, because like this is the kind of stuff that people need to hear, you know what I'm saying? Like, as a matter of fact, it's funny, I was actually on Facebook earlier today, and I was debating somebody in a group about this very thing. And the first thing that the person says is, oh, well, your hatred. I'm sitting here telling you about situations where communities were burned down, which is all that I did. I didn't call you a name. I didn't say none of that. And you want to tell me about my hatred, and I'm telling you about communities that was burned down, kids that was killed, women that was killed. You know what I'm saying? You basically get the same responses when you're dealing with certain people. And the thing is that the attitudes haven't changed. And the only way the attitudes aren't going to change is if you just keep bombarding people with the truth as hard and as fast as you can. Because the thing is, and I can see this coming, you know what I'm saying, is the over integration, like into the political system. And like, that's what's happening like right now. You know what I'm saying? Like you literally have like this whole group of Black people who actually think that they're respected and their opinions actually matter when it comes to integrating into new political systems and new political ideologies. And what you got to understand is that here in the United States, by default, you can never be a part of any of that shit. None of that shit will ever do anything to benefit you. So you always have to be thinking in terms of strategy and policy over party, because otherwise you will just be lost. You will fuck around and do the same thing that people been doing since back in the day, and be a whole bunch of broad spectrum, non-inclusive legislation, and you still be sitting in the same position that you are 10 years from now, wondering why the hell that happened when you work so hard. But you got to work smart instead of working hard. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right on, bro. So, with that being said, I think we did a great service tonight, man. We put out some good information. We let you guys see it for yourself. Any video that I use tonight coming from YouTube is based off of fair use law. So please don't flag any of my shit, because at the end of the day, I am allowed to critique each video, and that's exactly what I did. I'm allowed to go through it bit by bit and critique it, because that's what I do. You know what I mean? So this is a part of fair use for YouTube, for anything that I did. So please make sure that you guys understand what I do. Make sure I got permission from Romney Malco, fair use for the other two people that I put on the screen, and that's just what it is, man. I'm just trying to put out information to make sure people understand what they're dealing with. They have to. You guys all have to have the answers when people try to, give you. Try to feed you this garbage about no black fathers. No, black fathers are in the house. Black fathers are around. Some people, of course, like all groups have, absent fathers, but we're not a special kind of group that just doesn't have black fathers. No, we just have lower. Our marriage numbers are not the same as everybody else. Marriage numbers, that's just marriage. Doesn't mean that we're not living in the house. Okay. I've been in the house with my kids they whole goddamn motherfucking life. And I was in a 17-year relationship, never got married. So miss
Same
me.
Here, basically.
Right. So miss me with the bullshit. Because technically, my kid's mom was a single mom, would be considered a single mom. And by her definition, the woman that we just watched right before that video, Ronnie Malcolm video, by her definition, I just got up and left and just started having babies everywhere. Wrong. Right. I had 3 babies with the same mother. So
same here. I got 2 with the same mom. Was with her for at least 12 years. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So black fathers, we here. Do not get it twisted, man. You know what I mean? We just have so much more to navigate than the average person.
Right.
As black men and black women, we have so much more to navigate than white folks even understand. More than they care to understand, to be quite honest.
Well, the problem is that the moment that they start to understand it, and the moment that if it was ever corrected by outside forces for it to be corrected, that's the moment when the pure competition starts. And that's not what this country was set up for. This country wasn't set up for pure competition. It was set up for advantage over class.
Right. Facts. Absolute facts. And I think that's a great line to fucking end on. So, with that being said, hey, man, I'm Izzy High, better known, my real name, Matthew Hawkins. You can look me up. You can find me. Everything is on Haps. All my ways of getting in contact with me, everywhere to find me is on Haps, HAPPS. Make sure you download the app, get on the website. Make yourself a fucking account, get on here, follow us, support and support other content creators on this site. Make sure that you guys come on here and help us out tonight. I want to give special shout outs to everybody that donated. So to Shatira, thank you. Eleanor Marie, thank you again. You're always coming through. David Newman, thank you for that. Shadow Man, thank you for the 10 cent. Bay Bree, thank you. Sugar Booger, thank you. So special shout out to everybody that donated tonight. For everybody for everyone that donated tonight and helped us out. You know what I mean? So thank you, everyone. And you can close it out, bro.
Oh yeah. So you already know. Make sure you go check my man Izzy out. Catch him here on Haps. You know what I'm saying? Come catch me here on Haps. We do our show. You know what I'm saying? And I do content on YouTube, Black Light Revelations. Make sure you check that out. And you can find me on Facebook, Black Light Revelations, Rob Foster. That's my name. You know what I'm saying? I'm all over the place. You can find me anywhere, TikTok, whatever. And we will catch you guys on the next one. Every time we do one of these, we're gonna get better and better and better, and y'all gonna have more and more knowledge, and hopefully at some point everybody will come to a mutual understanding and we'll be able to keep rocking it out like that.
Absolutely. Hey man. Oh yeah, we're gonna be on Clubhouse as soon as that Clubhouse get online too. So.
Oh yeah, Clubhouse is gonna jump.
Right. So make sure you look for us on Clubhouse. We'll definitely let you know when we're absolutely up and running on Clubhouse too. So, you know what I mean? Stay up, stay real, stay black, stay doing your motherfucking thing. From Rob and Izzy, you already know what it is. We getting in and now we getting the fuck out. Stay up.
Stay up. Peace.